We're here. We're ready for this. The state is about to finish their case. They are going to complete Officer Relly's collection of evidence, and then we're going to switch to the defense. This is going to be a great day, guys. I was thinking about this yesterday. I'm like, I think the trial might have an excellent day tomorrow. I'm calling it. I'm excited. I hope you guys are too. Let's pop in and see what's going on. I like to start a little later because they're never on time. What does that mean for us? That means we've accumulated TiVo time. Let's go back to the detective that's currently on the stand. What did he reveal 2 days ago? He revealed that they didn't verify a lot of stuff that Relly told them. They did not verify some of the most precious things that are vital to an investigation. They did not do that. So we're going to come back to this and go from there. Tacopina had this guy on cross where we left off. There's one more witness after this, and that is a ballistics expert. And this firearms expert, is going to tell us whether or not the things that were in this bag were legit. That's it for the state. Then we might see Tacopina bring some people in. What about 12E? What about Ills? The fact that these detectives, and I hope y'all are ready, the fact that these detectives did not talk to Ills or the other gentleman that was on the scene, they were in the tape. It's on tape. You didn't go and find them and talk to them, whether they were pro-Rocky or not. These gentlemen were there. 12E and Ills. They were there. Why didn't you go talk to them? Oh my God, guys. Let's just go in. Let's just go into the debauchery. This case is fascinating to me. Super fascinating. But let's jump in. The detective is on the stand. Tacopina on cross. Lego.
Tacopina is questioning and Mr. Tacopina for.
Thank you.
Hit the like button, boosting the audio.
Questions, just to reset the context. We start talking about the surveillance videos.
Okay.
All right. So the sequence surveillance video overlaps video from 1616 East Del Mar with video and audio from 6200 Hollywood Boulevard, correct?
Correct.
All right. And you agree that 1616 East Del Mar video has no sound?
Correct.
But the video from 6200 Hollywood Boulevard does.
That's correct.
So you overlap the videos from each location trying to show when the shot would have occurred during the 1616 East Del Mar video.
Correct.
Of course, we agree on this already. If your overlap is off even by a fraction of a second, the shot would not have occurred during the precise moment shown on the overlap 1616 East Del Mar video.
That's correct.
And in order to determine when the overlap or the drawing, in order to determine when to overlap the shot heard on the 6200 Hollywood Boulevard video with the 1616 East Del Mar video, you need to first figure out when that shot took place in relation to the 1616 East Del Mar video.
Yes.
So you use a visual benchmark for both videos, something that you could see in the surveillance videos from 1616 East Del Mar and 6200 Hollywood Boulevard.
Correct.
And that was the floodlight turning on.
Yes.
And you saw the floodlight turning on in camera 2, and just to be clear, camera 2 is file. The file number, I think, based on these filings, was file 18221-716 from 6200 Hollywood Boulevard at 10:17:26 seconds.
I believe that's correct.
Now, but even seeing that floodlight in both videos, there would have been only two ways to use that benchmark to determine when to overlap the 1616 East Del Mar video and 6200 Hollywood Boulevard video at the early moment when the shot would have occurred in the 1616 East Delmar video, correct?
I'm sorry, sir.
Yeah, I gotta do that one.
I didn't understand.
A lot of words in that question, but I'm sure
Yes.
I still don't know how to ask. But even seeing that floodlight in both videos, the one we just discussed, that benchmark, that floodlight going on, right? Okay.
Is that yes? Yes, I'm sorry.
But even seeing that floodlight in both videos, there would have only been two ways to use that benchmark floodlight to determine when to overlap the 1616 East Delmar video and the 6200 Hollywood Boulevard videos at the earlier moment when the shot would have occurred on the East Delmar video.
I'm sorry, I think you lost me, sir.
So the two videos, again, the benchmark for that was floodlight going on.
Correct, one of them benchmarks, yes.
What did you use to determine when to overlap the 1616 East Delmar video and the 6200 Hollywood Boulevard video?
Yeah, it was just the totality of the videos, looking at the sequence of the floodlight, the individuals on the video running from one point of the camera to the other, just kind of looking at it in sequence over and over. Everything seemed to coincide with the sound from the 6200 camera.
Okay. Correct me if I'm wrong, I think there's two methods, and tell me if you use one of these two. One would have been to rewind both videos simultaneously to the exact moment, right? Or, let me rephrase that, to rewind both videos, 6200, 1616, simultaneously the exact amount, 30 seconds, for example, right? Would that be one way?
That would be one way. I mean, anticipating that each individual camera system sometimes has its own time. It doesn't mean they're all automatically set at the first exact second or coincide with each other. But again, roughly looking at the light with the individual persons on those cameras, watching them in sequence, it's the best way I can explain it to you.
Okay. And the other way would have been to determine how much actual time passed on the 6200 Hollywood Boulevard video between the floodlight and the shot heard, and then use that same actual amount of time to rewind the 1616 East Delmar video, right?
Yes, roughly.
Which of those two methodologies did you use?
I think we explored every option, just to try to gauge the best possible, but I can't tell you which one I believe was more accurate than the other. Again, I just looked at the totality of all these things to see that they coincided.
Well, my question really more is, which one did you use? How did you do it?
I mean, I looked at both. But I think the one that stood out more to me was the light, the floodlight.
I understand, but I'm saying, did you rewind both videos, the 6200 and the 1616, the exact same amount?
I don't recall whether we were running to the exact second, but to the point where it coincided with the sound. And so, yes, I mean, to answer your question directly, roughly yes, about the same time.
There was been once. Okay. I'm gonna play you a couple of clips, I'm not sure that's ready, but when creating the sequence surveillance video, it wasn't an exact science, right?
Yeah.
Okay. Meaning, the overlapping was done by hand, right?
Correct.
In fact, I think that 55 seconds into the sequence surveillance video, you could see that little cursor being moved by hand in the upper right corner. Did you see that?
I don't recall that.
All right, we'll show you.
Sure.
Which exhibit is this?
Is this people or we're using our own? This is people's 15 already. We'll use this one for this. At
15 was the thumb drive.
okay, just search it. Use it.
I'm just saying it's 15 though. That's fine, we downloaded it.
We're using 15 now. Anyway, once we get all this figured out here, at 55 seconds on that video, you're going to see hopefully. See if you can look in the upper right hand corner and you can see that little cursor being moved by hand. The upper right hand. At 55 seconds.
Okay.
See that?
Is that Rocky on surveillance?
You see the cursor?
I do.
Okay. See those balls over there, those little round things? Do you see it moving around?
Yes, sir.
Okay. So that means obviously it's being moved by hand, by someone.
That would give me indication that it is.
And as you said, you saw the floodlight turn on in camera 2, which, you know, we identified as file 18221-716 from 6200 Hollywood Boulevard at 10/17/26.
Okay.
And you heard the first shot on that, on camera 2, different file number, which is 182220214, at an earlier moment, which you believe to be 30 seconds earlier based on the timestamps. Correct?
Sir, I'm not sure I understand your question. The two shots have different.
No, the first shot on camera 2, which was filed, well, 182220214. That's the name of the file that I have to fit in.
Okay.
You heard the first shot on camera 2 at an earlier moment, which you believe to be 30 seconds earlier based on the timestamps, right?
Correct.
So you figured,
Hold up. Before Taco Peanut starts cooking, Trucker T Brooklyn is sliding through with some gifted memberships. He wants to make sure you guys got your popcorn, you're ready to kick back, relax, watch this. Trucker T gave out 10 memberships. Can y'all say thank you to Tucker T? Keyshawn got a membership. Truth Hurts got a membership. MJ Living got a membership. Alex, Cole, Watchman, Ken, Marshawn, Indy, Jalen got a membership from Trucker T, one of our favorite truckers. Please say thank you. Very kind of you, Trucker T. Thank you for starting us off right. Let's jump into this, guys. I think I'm projecting that today is going to be a pretty big day, especially if we are bringing in other witnesses. We might see 12. He was there. He saw everything. So the fact that this detective didn't talk to 12E, what we're about to hear from 12E today, if he takes his stand, whether it's today, tomorrow, Monday, but it's the defense's turn. It's almost their turn. We're almost there. But hearing from 12E, I think, is going to be very fascinating because we just have that camera footage that's pointed down. You can't see everything that was going on. Hearing it from a person that was there and a person that the freaking detectives didn't even talk to, even though he was there, it makes them look crazy. Thank you, Trucker T. Let's go back in.
the first shot would have occurred 30 seconds earlier in that same surveillance video in actual time.
Sir, I'm not
Okay.
understanding your question.
Did you, well, you agree that you said you went back 30 seconds or 30 seconds earlier when you heard that first shot, right?
Again, in comparison to the videos, as far as what the times they reflect. Yes,
And that's 30 seconds earlier than what the first what camera 2 showed.
correct.
All right. And you use that same exact amount of time, 30 seconds, to go back on the 1616 piece of market.
I believe so.
You'd agree if the floodlight turned on less than 30 seconds in actual time after the shot was heard on the 6200 Hollywood Boulevard video, that means you went back too far on the Vista Del Mar video, right? If the floodlight turned on less than 30 seconds.
Again, sir, this is, I mean, it wasn't an exact science, but,
Well, I'm not criticizing.
so I'm not sure about the exact seconds that you're pointing out. So
Well, again, you just said,
roughly, yes,
right, what I'm saying is you just said you went back 30 seconds early based on the timestamps and what you observed.
correct, just roughly within that period.
And, right. So my question was, and again, I'm not criticizing the methodology, I'm just asking. If the floodlight turned on less than 30 seconds in actual time after the shot was heard on the 6200 Hollywood Boulevard video, that means that if you went back 30 seconds, that would be a little too far, right?
Could be, yes.
With regard to the 6200 Hollywood Boulevard video, you extracted 3 sets of videos from 3 different cameras maintained by the residents at that location.
Correct, that was what was provided.
And your understanding, those cameras run in actual time.
Yes, live,
But each camera, I think we've already discussed this last time we were here the other day. In fact, each camera is off from actual time by a different amount, between 2 to 3 minutes.
Hold on, y'all. Quick sidebar. We haven't talked about Relly in a few days. Why this ninja still posting on social media? He's still doing it. He's still doing it right now. I mean, Relly. Stop. In the words of the judge, stop. First post. There's no room for unsupportive friends, family, or fake love in 2025. Next post. Nobody gonna watch out for you like you. Next post. I don't post for likes. I do it to connect with my soul tribe. Okay, listen, soul tribe. Relly's still posting. So he's watching from the bushes. He wants to see what's going on. He can't stop himself. Does that sound like somebody that thinks they're going to win this case? 50 Cent posted about this. 50 Cent took a clip of Relly and posted it on his story. 50's crazy. He said Relly thought this was going to be a walk in the park. Don't look like a walk in the park. When a detective is not talking to 12E and Ills, you only have one person's side of the story. This person's side of the story. So I hope Tacopina does great on this cross because that was huge. Huge. Stop it, Relly. Stop. Shout out to Trina. Stop. Let's go.
I'm not sure if it's that camera that was off.
Check that it misstates the stipulation.
What's the stipulation?
That's what we'll do.
Reread it.
It's 35.
Go over it with Mr. Siegel.
They want to approach, we do it.
You've heard me clarify something. You're on. All right.
I'm up for a sidebar. And as a sidebar, y'all know what I was thinking about? Remember, like, the judge whipped out a knife that he keeps in his pocket the other day. 12-year Ills had a knife. If one of them had a knife, didn't they brandish a weapon too? What the? Why weren't these guys brought in for questioning? It's crazy to me. It really is. It really is. But let's keep going. I thought about that. I was like, wait, what? Let's skip through this time, this sidebar. That is the beauty of TiVo time. Looks like it was a very long one. Little bit of movement on the camera. Wow, that's a very long sidebar. Okay, they are back right here.
Okay, let's just do this. Let's just play these, a few videos for you, okay?
Okay.
The first video, and this is again, I want to show you about the timing. Is camera one, which is file 18220-237. You hear the first shot at 10:15:53. Tell me if you agree with that. Go ahead. Okay.
That's correct.
All right, go ahead. That's it. So you heard the first shot on that camera at 10:15:53.
Yes, sir.
Okay. Now I'm gonna play camera two, which I'm gonna identify again by file number, which is 18220-214. And you hear the same first shot just over a minute later on this camera at 10:16:56. Tell me if you agree with that after this.
Yes, sir.
Okay, so that was 10:16:56 on that camera, which is over a minute later from the first camera.
Correct.
And on the third camera, which is file 1A221-240, you hear, hold on a second, right? You hear that same first shot 4 seconds after that last video at 10:17 on the dot. Tell me if you agree.
Yes, I do.
Okay. So a reason that the times would be off from each other is because at least two of the clocks are running faster than the other.
That could be a reason. Yes, independent systems.
And a reason that a timestamp on a camera would be faster than actual time is because the clock for that camera would be running faster than actual time.
Yes, sir. Just like here in the courtroom.
Good example, just like here in the court. With that in mind, let's look at one more. So let's look at a video from camera 2, just before the flow light goes off. And now I think the defense exhibit we're going to show, right?
DD.
DD, Your Honor. This is from 6200 Hollywood Boulevard. Again, I read the file number, I'll read it again. It's 1A221716. The first, before you play, hold on a second. The first timestamp shown on this camera is 10:17:17.
That's correct.
And the video itself is at 0 seconds because, hold on a second. I just want to make sure we're in the same video here. We do have, in fact, the same video, okay. So I think you just agreed the video itself is at 0 seconds because it has not started yet, correct, sir?
That's correct.
10:17:17 seconds.
Yes, sir. From the clock. Lower clock.
All right, let's play the video until the floodlight is on. 9 seconds later at 10:17:26. Go ahead, please. Okay, you see that?
Yes.
Floodlight on?
Correct.
I'm sorry?
Yes,
Okay. And it says 10:17:26.
it does.
And how many seconds faster than, how many seconds later from 10:17:17 is that?
9 seconds.
9 seconds. Yeah, how many seconds right off the clock?
8.
So that's something's wrong there, right?
Yes, I mean,
Okay,
whether or not it would stop right at 8, 8:29, I don't know how to explain it.
well, okay. The clock's at, so it's 10:17:26 seconds, which is 9 seconds after 10:17:17 seconds. but the video only ran 8 seconds, you can see that, correct? And the floodlight is back on, right?
That's correct.
So this would indicate, at least here, that the video is about 1 second past here.
Could be within 1 second, correct?
Yeah. And given that, it's fair to say that the shot heard on 1616 East Del Mar should have been about a second later than shown in the sequence surveillance video, right?
It's certainly not my area of expertise as far as the way sound travels and light travels, and how they travel at different speeds. That would be within my expertise. But that's correct.
Okay, that's correct. Okay. You put this together, the sequence surveillance video, right?
No,
Who did?
I believe it was somebody in the district attorney's office.
Okay. Off of this stuff now, just 2 more minutes, and we're done. Now you can.
Yo, who said this? Who said this? Oh my God. Who said this? I let y'all cut up. I usually just watch. Shout out to Nick, established in 1989. We were established in the same year. He said, Judge looking like Lou Pickles from the Rugrats. Guys, look at this. He's not wrong. This is Lou Pickles from the Rugrats. This looks like the judge. Yo. Oh my God. This is the joke of the day. Oh, that was amazing. Thank you so much for that.
You earlier testified about the police officers who arrived at the scene on November 6th, 2021. Remember those 7 officers?
Yes, I do.
They were there for approximately 20 minutes, more or less.
I think more or less.
20 minutes, yes, okay. And one last thing, you submitted, I guess in January of 2024, evidence to the ballistics lab for testing in this case, right?
Thereabouts, yes.
And the testing was done, oh, I'm sorry. It was done it was submitted in December of 2023, right?
I believe that's correct.
I could just refresh.
I believe when the return came back, it was a different date than when it was submitted.
You're right. Just take a look, make sure. Same date.
Yes, sir.
So that report was, I guess, finalized in January 8th, 2024.
That's correct.
And that was given back to you, this report?
Yes, it was submitted to myself and one of my partners.
But yet, that report was not given to the district attorney until about 2 weeks ago, for the first time, correct?
Yes, that's my understanding.
Over a year since the report was given back to you or one of the parties.
Correct, that's my understanding, yes. I believe it had been given, but I could be near, correct.
Well, obviously, the district attorney represented that they got it the first time, 2 weeks ago.
Correct.
The DA, was the DA even informed of its existence, do you know?
I'm sorry, what point?
Yeah, at this point, it's gonna be a 3-2 again. State court stay.
That's it. Okay, thank you for your time.
Sir, motion strike whatever answer was given. I don't know, was there an answer?
I don't think you gave an answer.
The question is stricken, and if there was an answer, that's stricken as well.
So
Mr.
the last question, correct?
The last question, yes.
Thank you.
Mr. Zolman, do you have anything?
I do, Your Honor.
Okay, go ahead.
Projector man approaches the podium for redirect.
Detective, when you were testifying, I believe that was on Tuesday, you were asked questions about the latent fingerprint examination of the prior cartridge cases in this case. Do you remember that?
Yes,
And as a detective, you said you have almost 30 years of experience as a police officer, correct?
Just past my 29th anniversary.
Okay. If I round you up to 1 year, we call it.
Oh,
just
that's
crossed your 30
bad.
years of experience.
Oh, that's even worse. I didn't know that he had 29 years of experience. With 29 years of experience, he did not think that it was appropriate or prudent to talk to Ills or 12E, and they were there. Ah, interesting. I can't unsee the Lou Pickles thing. Oh, that was amazing.
Fair, okay. Do you have an understanding of what could potentially impact whether or not you would find a fingerprint on any panel?
Yes,
What are some of the factors that you're aware of?
time in which it was processed, the exposure to the elements, rain, water, foot traffic, cars, depending on where it's at, wind, other weather events. I mean, any other people going through the area or touching vehicles. I mean, it just depends on where the item is going to be processed, with conditions it's found in, and how long it's exposed to those conditions.
What about temperature? Is that one of the things that would be potentially affected?
Yes.
Objection to leading.
Would exposure of a fingerprint to something of high temperature potentially impact whether or not it's able to be located later?
I think so.
You also said you've had extensive experience firing firearms, throughout your law enforcement career, correct?
Yes.
When a gun discharges a fired cartridge casing, when it first comes out of the gun, is it hot?
Yes, on a semi-automatic specifically, when it ejects the cartridges, just from personal experience, I've had them land on me. When we go up to the police academy to shoot a qualified, we're on a line. So oftentimes the casings are ejected as the next person next to you is firing. So I've many times felt that the casing landed in my neck or in my collar, and they're hot.
In your nearly 30 years of experience, the 29 years of experience as a police officer, can you personally recall any cases of yours where fingerprints were developed from fired cartridge case?
None that I can think of.
And you said you've worked on homicide cases, correct?
Yes, sir.
A fair number of those involve firearms.
I did majority, yes.
Can you give the jury any idea of how many cases you think you've handled over your career?
I mean, between homicide cases or cases involving firearms, as the lead investigator or assisting in investigations, probably to date, I would say probably in excess of 2,000 cases.
Oh, 2,000 cases you've investigated, and somebody comes in with this. It says, hey, there's some shell casings in here. 2,000 cases? When do we just skip regular protocol, though? This testimony is actually hurting the image of the LA Police Department, but y'all know. We had the Rodney King thing. We have so many problems with LAPD. And now you're seeing like one of the faces behind it. This is a detective that's been there for 3 decades. Almost as long as Lou Pickles on the stand. Let's keep going.
I've assisted or led.
On the bench, I meant. Lou Pickles on the
You
bench.
were asked similar questions about DNA evidence potentially on the fired cartridge case, correct?
Yes.
And based on your background and experience, do you have any idea of things that could impact whether or not DNA is present on an item?
I mean, along the same lines as fingerprints, exposure to the elements, contamination, anything from human contamination, vehicle, wherever it's exposed to, weather.
Could temperature also potentially impact it as well?
Yes.
In your almost 30 years experience as a police officer, Can you personally recall any cases where DNA was developed on a fire cartridge case in one of your cases?
Not that I can think of.
After the cartridge cases are booked, in your experience as a police officer, can they be made available to the defense if the defense wants to conduct their own independent testing?
Yes,
In this case, could the defense have done their own DNA testing?
yes.
On cross-examination, you were specifically asked if you observed any video of Mr. Efron returning to the crime scene the night of this incident. Was there any video in this case that you ever had possession of that was captured after 11:20 p.m., capturing specifically that intersection of Vista Del Mar and Selma?
No.
I want you to assume, for purposes of a hypothetical, that victim in a case returns to a crime scene at 11:45 p.m. Would the video that you recovered that only goes to 11:20, would that video have shown that person's presence at the scene?
No, no.
You were also asked about Mr. Efron's girlfriend returning to the scene. Assume the same hypothetical that she came back with that individual at 11:20. Would the video that you collected in this case, would it even show her?
At 11:20,
Sorry, if she returned with Mr. Efron at 11:45, the video that only goes up to 11:20 show her?
No.
Okay.
Objection, Your Honor. This is the fact not evidence. It would just mean that they didn't have
Overruled,
the video.
no speaking objections, overruled.
Okay.
Stop.
On cross-examination,
No, stop. No editorializing.
I called it.
Ask another, no,
Stop.
ask another question, Mr. Pizzolo.
just one moment, I'm trying to organize this stuff. In cross-examination, Mr. Tacopina asked you questions about your prior testimony at the preliminary hearing, and specifically read you a passage regarding whether or not you asked Mr. Efron if he had firearms back in November of 2021. Do you recall that?
yes,
Okay. In your testimony prior to that, were you asked,
Page one,
page 269,
Which
on
volume?
5,
which volume?
volume 2, Your Honor.
2,
2, yes.
which, repeat the page, please.
269. I'm gonna first go with 5 to 11, Your Honor.
Can you ask the question back?
On cross-examination, Mr. Tacopina asked you questions about your prior testimony at the preliminary hearing and specifically read you a passage regarding whether or not you asked Mr. Efron if he had firearms back in November of 2021. Do you recall that? Answer, yes. Question, your testimony prior to that, were you asked? And then, do you have a page number?
All right, what was the next question you were going to ask?
As you read the question he was asked at line 5, you go through his answer.
That's not a prior inconsistent statement from what you said. Your question was, did he ask Efron? That's not what this question asked.
Now, I wasn't offering as a prior inconsistent statement.
Why don't you just ask ask the same question that you asked the preliminary hearing?
Uh-oh.
Did you ever look to see what firearms were registered to Mr. Efron
Yes,
at the time of the incident, November of 2021?
yes.
And what did you discover when you searched for any guns that would be registered to him at that time?
We didn't find any firearms registered to Mr. Efron.
Okay. Okay. In your nearly 30 years of experience in law enforcement, have you ever conducted an interview with a significant witness in a case and either not recorded your interview or not taken notes and not written a report?
Yeah, no, I recall ever doing
As an investigator, can you tell the jury why you either record your interviews or take notes and then write a report immediately following your interviews?
I like to record because it's 100% accurate. The reports are done generally for our purposes as a summary, kind of as a refresher, to identify key points that were made during the interview. But again, my preference has always been to record because that's always 100% accurate.
Would you ever interview a witness and not record your interview or not write a report or not take any notes of that interview in your experience as an investigator?
Objection or irrelevant, whether you would or would not.
Make an offer of proof.
Well, but the first question is a significant witness, now you're asking any witness.
Okay, I
So, any witness, that question's irrelevant. The answer would be irrelevant.
Sure. Imagine a scenario where you interviewed somebody months prior. Hypothetically, you did not record this interview, you did not write a report, and you did not take any notes. Then months later, you go back and try to summarize what that witness told you. Is that something that and that witness is a significant witness in your case that you're investigating, is that something that a trained police officer such as yourself would ever do?
Objection, Your Honor, cold speculation.
No,
Why not?
I mean, it's just not accurate. Again, my preference would be to record it, just so it's 100% accurate to go off that for any kind of summary.
Okay, in addition to going off of the summary, if you record your interviews in a case, are those also given to the district attorney?
Yes,
Would those also be given to the defense?
yes, and every,
Would anyone involved in the case then have the opportunity to hear verbatim what questions you asked and what the answers were that were given?
correct.
Likewise, if you record your interviews, you said after you conduct an interview that you will summarize your interview in a police report, correct?
Yes, typically in the police report or as part of the case, yes.
In this case specifically, did you speak to Mr. Efron the day that you were assigned to this case?
Yes, on the November 9th, 2021, yes.
And did you record your interview with him in any way?
Yes, that was recorded, but it included myself, Detective Monster, Detective Menifee.
Understood, but when you say it was recorded, was it an audio recording?
That was an audio recording because it was a telephonic interview.
And did the audio recording capture your voice and his voice?
It did.
Okay. When you later went back and, or not you, or when your partner, I believe you said, went back and summarized that interview, summarized it into a report, correct?
Correct.
And I believe that you testified that there were a few sentences in the report that had some inaccuracies, correct?
That is correct.
But that was the inaccuracies in the report, those were not things that Mr. Efron specifically said in the report. Were those inaccuracies in the report, or were those things that Mr. Efron said to you in the report?
There were inaccuracies in the report. Summary.
Okay. I believe you were specifically asked about whether after the shooting, Mr. Efron contacted an attorney before he returned to the scene to recover the gun casings located at Selma and Mr. Delmar. Do you recall that?
Yes.
And did Mr. Efron ever make that statement to you that he did things in that order?
That is not my recollection.
If Mr. Efron testified that he first collected the cartridge cases and then he contacted an attorney, did he ever tell you anything directly contradictory to that?
I'm sorry, I'm saying.
Yeah, if Mr. Efron testified that he first went to the scene and collected the cartridge cases and he contacted an attorney at some point after that, did he ever say anything to you that was different from that order?
No.
Oh, what? Hold on, let's
I
go back.
believe you were also an attorney at some point after that. Did he ever say anything to you that was different from that order?
No.
This is horrible because here's the thing, like when you do redirect, you're up there, it's cross-examination, you're redirecting, you're trying to clean up any inconsistencies or bad answers that came out under cross-examination, which is interesting. But I can't unsee it. Y'all got me Googling Lou Pickles things now. So we have to do it.
I still don't know why we couldn't have waited for Grandpa.
Grandpa can just have a nice walk home. He needs to do a little thinking anyway.
It looks like the judge. It does look like the judge. I can't get over it. Oh my God.
I believe you were also asked about a line in a report in which it was written that Mr. Efron said that Ills had a knife. Do you recall that?
Yes, I do.
Did Mr. Efron ever make that statement to you?
No.
Was that just an inaccuracy in the summary of the report?
That's correct. It was an inaccuracy.
When you were also asked if you, that essentially you knew that there was that inaccuracy in the report prior to your testimony today, correct?
Correct.
And you were asked if you ever went back to correct that police report, correct?
Correct.
Did you testify under oath at a prior hearing in November 2023 at the preliminary hearing to that inaccuracy?
Yes, I did.
So did you tell the court, the DA, and the defense that that line in your report that Ills had a knife was not correct?
That's correct.
Has Mr. Efron ever identified anybody else other than Mr. Phillips, who we would call him ASAP 12B, as the person with the knife outside of the parking lot?
No.
Oh, okay. We have a big thing here. He just mentioned. Did Relly tell you that ASAP Ills was the one with the knife? And he answered no. So Relly didn't tell the police the truth. It seems. Let me go back just to make sure that that's right.
No. Has he ever identified anybody else other than Mr. Phillips, who we would call him ASAP 12B, as the
12B.
person with the knife outside of the parking lot?
No.
But that's the thing. Okay, I said that wrong. So 12B had the knife, and you obviously knew. He told you that 12B had the knife. Why wasn't he brought in for questioning? And at the same time, if 12B had the knife, why didn't y'all arrest him? I mean, you're going after Rocky. Why didn't you go after 12B at the same time? Crazy work. Crazy.
On cross-examination, a little bit on Tuesday and into today, really mostly on Tuesday, you were asked about whether you reviewed individual videos, and based upon those individual videos, you could tell certain characteristics about the gun. Do you recall that?
Yes.
When you review evidence to determine something like whether a gun is operable, if you have multiple videos, do you view those videos individually to make that determination, or do you view them collectively to make that determination?
Collectively, obviously, look at them individually, look at them as a whole, and obviously try to put them in sequence of events collectively.
Okay, and I believe you said when you reviewed the video from the parking structure, that individual video, you couldn't say it was an operable gun, correct?
Correct.
But when you review the video collectively, is it your belief that the gun that we see in the defendant's hand was operable?
Objection will be
It is. Just saying.
When you viewed the videos collectively, what was your opinion regarding whether the gun was operational?
That it was an operational firearm.
How did you come to that determination?
I mean, in the totality of the circumstances of the first view of the weapon, followed by the second view, the reaction to the incident as the four individuals in the distance in the cameras were scrambling, as you can see that something was going on in conjunction with the sounds of the shots heard from the other camera, and then the fluidity of everybody running through the cameras over to El Centro. That along the lines with the information provided by Mr. Efron, that was my opinion that it was an operable firearm and that shots had been fired.
Okay. When you reviewed the sequenced surveillance video, were you reviewing whether or not they were sequenced? What were you using to determine whether they were sequenced accurately?
Totality, just the movements of the individuals in the cameras, again, along with, pieces of lights, but a lot of it has to do just with the sequence of events, walking around from one side to the next, and just kind of following the individuals in the video, and obviously in conjunction with the sound. So it sounds more difficult than it is, but it's just kind of collectively putting it all together and watching it.
Okay, from what you were just describing, it sounds like you were using audio and visual cues in the videos, correct?
Yes.
Did you specifically use the timestamps in order to determine if they were sequenced correctly?
No, not exactly. Obviously, I understand from collecting a lot of videos, in a lot of cases that individual surveillance cameras systems are all different, and they all can be off by seconds, hours, depending on how they're maintained and kept and updated. So again, a lot of it has to do with just kind of finding certain markers within whatever crime or whatever we're looking for at the time to try to kind of establish what happened when you're dealing with more than one camera that captures different points of view from different areas.
Okay, when you collect the video in your cases and you're checking the timestamps for accuracy, are you checking it down to the fraction of a second?
I mean, it's captured, and we take that into account and try to determine how far off it may have been. Again, the other factors include that we can't control the maintenance of it, how it's been updated, when it's in service.
But to the fraction of a second, that's what you're checking, or are you checking minutes, hours, things like that?
Generally checking minutes, hours, and events captured that coincide with other markers that we do have, whether it's from another camera or a witness or something else that kind of puts us in that right time frame that we're looking for.
As to the videos from the residents on Del Mar, the one that had the audio, council kept using the word rewind. Were those physical tapes that you or your partners collected, or was that digital video?
The camera from 6200 residential is all digital.
Were any of the surveillance cameras in this case captured on manual analog tape, or were they all digital recording?
Now they all have been computers digital.
Okay. At the beginning of his questions of you, Mr. Takapina asked you about whether or not you had spoken to 12. Do you recall that?
Yes.
Do you know for a fact that 12 to this day still refuses to be interviewed by law enforcement?
objection, that assumes a fact, not supposed to be. That's a statement.
No speaking objections. It's the objection sustained.
Stop!
To this day, have you been able to interview 12?
No.
Have you ever been present when Twelby was asked if he would agree to an interview.
Yes.
And what was his answer when asked if he would agree to an interview by law enforcement?
That's how you're cleaning it up? That's how you're cleaning it up. Did you ever interview 12E? No. Were you there when he was asked for an interview? Yes. But you ran up in ASAP Rocky's house to compel him to corroborate or at least cooperate with this case. So 12E just got asked, like, hey man, do you want to do an interview? No. Okay, thanks. That's it? That's just what we're gonna do? He had a knife. According to Relly, if you're really taking Relly at his word, he had a knife. What the hell kind of police work is this?
Similarly, you were asked about whether or not you've talked to Mr. Levin. Did you have any indication that before January 20th of 2025, the day before jury selection, that Mr. Levin had any role in this case?
No, not any direct role, no.
Once you were made aware of that he could possibly have anything to say, did you take any efforts to try to interview him or talk to him?
Yes.
Were you successful in those efforts?
No.
Have you been present
Bills
when
is
Mr.
gone
Levin was
too.
also present and asked
Yeah.
if he would specifically agree to be interviewed by law enforcement?
Yes.
And what was his answer to that question?
No.
As to both 12B and Mr. Levin, did those questions as to whether or not they would agree to an interview with law enforcement, did those occur in this courtroom?
Yes.
Did you or your partners attempt to speak to Mr. Mayor to the defendant?
Yes.
And were you or your partners successful in that effort?
No.
All right, Your Honor, I don't have anything.
Yes, just briefly, Mark.
Yeah, get in here, Chacopina. Get in here. Get in that ass.
Okay, good, we're almost done. You asked a bunch of questions by Mr. Sloan just now about a host of inaccuracies on fairly significant issues in
Your Honor,
your reports.
the question is argumentative.
Even
In
finish.
itself, it's statement of access, not an evidence.
Okay. Agreed.
Just a minute.
Mark,
I don't believe that the question is argumentative.
You assume that's not an evidence as well, Your Honor. And the question you read back,
Read the question back.
Technical, almost done. You were asked a bunch of questions by Mr. Prislovic just now about a host of inaccuracies on fairly significant issues in your reports.
Let's vague.
okay. You asked questions about, let's generalize first, inaccuracies in police reports, right?
Correct.
Okay. One of those, for example, were who had the knife, right?
Yes.
That's a significant issue, isn't it?
Yes, the report, yes.
One was whether Mr. Efron was instructed by his attorney to go back to the scene and pick up the shell casings or not. That's a significant issue, isn't it?
Correct.
Okay. And those two issues in the reports were inaccurate, correct? According to you.
Yes.
And those could have been corrected at some point, right?
Yes, they could.
They never were they?
I mean, as far as generating a new report, other than what's been explained in court, no.
Right. So the reports today are still inaccurate on those issues.
Correct.
Okay, that's big too.
You were asked about one other thing, let's start with this. 12, you were asked if you would agree to interview, if 12 would agree to be interviewed by you. And you said, he said, no, he wouldn't. Are you referring to, correct, sir?
Yes.
Are you referring to 2 weeks ago in court here?
Yes.
Is that the first time You tried to interview him?
Yes,
So, in January of 2025 is the first time you tried to interview 12B about an incident that occurred in November 6th of 2021, correct?
correct. Me personally, yes.
How about anyone else in the police department?
Yes. No, that would be the first, correct.
Now, you would then ask questions about whether the firearm was operational. Remember those questions just now?
Yes, sir.
You testified already on cross-examination that the video from the garage, because you can't indicate if that's an operational firearm or not, correct?
Correct.
You testified on Tuesday that the video from 1616 Vista Del Mar, from that video, you said that video alone, there's no evidence of a shooting, correct?
That video alone, no.
Correct. But then you said the totality of the circumstances lead you to believe that the firearm was operational, remember just now?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And the totality of the circumstances relative testimony.
The physical evidence, the video, collectively, yes.
Well, the video, you just said both videos don't add to the fact that it's operational or not.
Collectively, as a whole, not the two that you just cited, but in the entirety of all the videos involved, yes.
Well, which video shows you the firearm was operational? Which video?
Sir, as you put it together with the sound, with the sequence of events, along with the physical evidence and the statement from Mr. Efron, that is just my opinion, that it is operational, and that's why I believe it.
Well, take out Mr. Efron for 1 second, because he's the one who recovered shell casings, right?
Yes,
And he's the one who gives you the narrative on that video that you can't tell what happened, the 1616.
correct. I mean, he provides a narrative of the sequence of events, the initial encounter of the gun that was displayed to him, what he believed to be a gun.
All right.
Whether it's operational or not at that point, I can't tell you. But the sequence of event as they evolved to Selma and Vista Del Mar, the cameras there, the incident that took place as far as what I can describe as a scramble during some, obviously, the events that occurred there that Mr. Efron described as being shot at was consistent in conjunction with the audio from the cameras. Again, this is just what.
It was consistent saying being shot at just based off of that. What detective, what about these? People don't just normally walk up and say, hey, here's some evidence. It's weird.
That I'm looking at when I'm trying to rationalize and give my opinion as to why I believe it is. The gun that was fired.
I'm sorry, Tom.
Yes, sir.
Take Mr. Mr. Efron out of the equation for a second.
Okay.
Take him out of the equation. You don't have Mr. Efron. And therefore, his shell cases that he remembered, which we talked about the issues with that on Tuesday. Without Mr. Efron and his narrative or version of events, with those two videos that you said independently, you did not tell it's an operable firearm. And the second video, you said you can't see it. There is a firearm.
It's an improper hypothetical which relies on evidence.
If the answer there was more examination. Objections?
You want to use that to respond?
No,
Okay, okay.
taking something out of the equation then makes the hypothetical irrelevant. So ask another question.
Is your conclusion based on the fact that Relly's narrative is truthful?
It is consistent up to the point of what he describes occurred, based on what I've been able to see in connection with the physical evidence that has been provided.
So let me break it down this way. Video 1 alone, you don't know if the gun is operable.
Correct.
Video 2, that's 1616 Vista Del Mar. So what? You don't even know if there's a gun based on the video.
Specifically, just looking at that, without looking at anything else, no.
You then hear sounds that appear to be a gunshot, right?
Correct.
Aside from a gun, what else do make those sounds? Not with a gun, I should say.
The sound that I heard off that camera, I mean, a firearm, some kind of replica firearm potentially, but distinct sound of the firearm, again, my belief it was a firearm.
Thank you.
Mr. Silva, anything?
Would you agree that you don't need Mr. Efron's truthful testimony in order to determine that a shooting occurred at that location?
Check that.
That, the question was
It's
asked.
a different question. He's asking a different question.
Easy. Can I get a question? No, I believe it is.
Yeah.
Would you agree you don't need Mr. Efron's truthful testimony in order to determine that a shooting occurred at that location?
So taking my lead question. That's number one. Number two, it's leading. It's leading is from me.
It is leading.
Yeah, the court's ruling, we're getting more speaking objections.
Stating my word.
Courts have not moved around other speech.
Read the question again.
Oh God, y'all stumping a judge.
Would you agree you don't need Mr. Efron's truthful testimony in order to determine that a shooting occurred at that location?
It would be a proper question if the question ended with occurred. But when you say at that location, then I believe that calls for speculation.
Would you agree you don't need Mr. Efron's truthful testimony to establish a shooting occurred?
Yes.
I don't have anything else.
I do not. So without Mr. Efron's truthful testimony, what leads you to believe a shooting without Mr. Efron's truthful testimony? So I guess it's now out of the equation. What leads you to believe, what would lead you to believe a shooting occurred?
Again, just looking at the video, the first incident, where guns displayed, he obviously follows through with a scramble, as you can best describe.
That's not.
Yes, sir.
You need to answer questions, ask questions.
You asked a question, let's finish.
Okay, so.
So again, it just comes down to, sir, is looking at everything in combination, even without Mr. Efron's statement. If I were an investigating officer just responding to investigate a shooting scene where maybe there was some evidence found and establishing what had occurred without a potential witness, would be obviously look at the same video, listen to the same sound of gunfire. Again, just factors that would be known at the time. But it would still lead me to believe that there had been some actual shooting short of a reporting witness being present. I would still believe that.
Such bullshit.
Okay. So you first cited the fact that a gun was displayed. That was the first thing you just cited, right?
Correct.
Which you already told the jury, the gun that was displayed, the only time you could see a gun in any video was the parking garage video.
Correct.
You already told the jury, by that video, you can't tell it's operable, right?
Correct, because it was not fired at that point.
Well, you also said the sound could also have been made by a non-operable firearm. You just said that before.
Again, it's in the realm of possibilities.
Okay,
From what I've heard, again, based on the sound, again, this is just my opinion, my expertise, my experience. I believe it to be a firearm.
you also heard, you were here when the police officer's body cam from the scene was played, right?
Yes, sir.
And you heard the police officer say there's no evidence of a shooting here. You heard that, right?
Yes, sir.
No, Your Honor.
All right, thank you, Detective Flores. You can step down, next witness.
My next witness is Mr. Ryan.
The last witness.
It is.
I'm giving you a very, start, almost at 3 hours. We are certainly going to be before the jury. We will look to start at 1:30 instead of the.
No, sorry.
Just let the board know.
No, 15 minutes left. Let's use.
Trying to put lunch on it out here.
All right, then the next witness is the firearms guy.
Just raise your right hand for us, please. Thank you. You solemnly state that the testimony you may give is the cause nothing before this court. Should be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth.
Eighth
so help
last
God.
witness, y'all.
I do. Could you please take a seat on the witness stand there? Thank you. Please state, spell your name for the record.
My name is Fadil Birayma, first name Fadil, last name VIRAIMAH.
Thank you.
Sir, will you tell the jury who you work for?
Yes, for the Los Angeles Police Department Forensic Science Division.
And how long have you worked for LAPD?
Just shy of 20 years.
Are you a police officer?
No.
Where do you work within LAPD?
So I'm a civilian employee. I'm a criminalist employed at the Forensic Science Division, essentially the crime lab.
Is the laboratory that you work in an accredited lab?
It is.
And what's your job title of the laboratory?
I'm a criminalist 3.
How long specifically have you been a criminalist for?
For 19 years, almost 20.
The entire time you've worked?
Yes.
What unit are you currently assigned within the lab?
Within the lab, I've actually just recently been assigned to the toxicology unit. It's a very recent assignment. I've been in firearms for about the 20 years prior to that.
Okay. You say very recent. When was that transfer made?
January 13th.
Of this year?
Yes.
Okay. Your entire time before that, you said you worked in the firearm analysis unit?
Correct.
Okay. Can you give the jury just a broad idea of what your job duties entail when you worked in the firearm analysis unit?
So a criminalist in the firearms unit, we are primarily trained to perform work within the laboratory. That's where we spend most of our time. We perform the analysis of firearms and firearm-related evidence. This is the type of analysis that's commonly referred to as ballistic comparison. We call it firearm identification. In addition to this, we respond to the field in order to process crime scenes, particularly shooting scenes and officer-involved shootings are our main field obligations. We generate reports regarding these analyses and testify about them in court.
When you're specifically analyzing firearms and firearm-related components, can you give the jury an idea of what some of those items are that you're looking at?
Yes, so we are trained in the operation and structure of a wide range of different firearms. A firearm for us is a device that propels a projectile by means of combustions. So this wouldn't really include airsoft guns, things of that nature. But firearms, which actually fire live cartridges or ammunition, during the discharge process, they will actually cause marks to be impressed onto those ammunition components. So this is a large part of our responsibilities, is to perform the microscopic comparison of fired ammunition components. These can be bullets or cartridge cases, with the aim of determining what types of firearms they might be compatible with, or actually continuing to determine whether two items have been fired in the same firearm or were eliminated as having been fired in the same firearm.
Can you tell the jury about your educational background, any training or experience that you have that qualifies you to perform those functions that you just described in the lab of comparing firearms and firearm-related components?
Yes, well, entry-level criminalists have a natural chemistry, natural science background. I have a degree in biochemistry. This prepares you for most of the work in the crime lab, but to perform the analyses in the firearm analysis unit, we complete another lengthy training program. This is the firearm examiner training program. It has a duration of about 2.5 years. It includes lecture, literature review, and live fire exercises. By these means, we learn about the structure and function of ammunition. We learn to operate a wide range of different firearms. And we actually spend about an 18-month period training on microscopes in order to perform the comparison of discharged fire components. I completed that training program in 2009. I spent the following decade as a full-time firearm examiner. Each year of that period, I was tested by an outside firm in order to maintain my qualification. I am also certified by the Association of Firearm and Tool Mark Examiners. This is the premier professional organization in my field, certified in the area of firearm examination and identification. In the course of my work there, I've performed the examination of more than 3,600 items of evidence, logged more than 600 hours in the processing of crime scenes, and about 6 years ago, I advanced to the position of Criminals 3. So in addition to the duties I've described, I also do training of other firearm examiners. I work on special projects and research for the firearm analysis.
Do you continue to attend professional organization meetings to maintain your proficiency in firearm analysis?
Yes, during that period, under our accreditation requirements, it's encouraged for us to have continuing education. So I've completed, I believe, about 575 hours of additional coursework outside of the actual department. This includes workshops and training from some of the leading professionals in my industry, as well as certain agencies such as the California Criminalistics Institute, which is operated by the California Department of Justice.
No, John.
You mentioned
John, I just noticed that. Why does he tug on his ear? Is that a tell? What is the ear tugging? Do we have any behavioral analysts in the chat? What is that? Is that from nervousness? What the hell?
that you were tested by an outside vendor, outside of LAP, right?
Yes.
Are those commonly called proficiency tests?
Yes.
And are they required to maintain your accreditation?
Yes, the lab is accredited, and requirements for that, we must participate in proficiency testing by approved vendors outside of our actual agency.
And are those tests graded? Those proficiency tests?
Yes, they're evaluated.
And have you successfully completed them?
Yes.
Approximately how many times do you think you've testified in court about firearm and tool mark identification?
I'd say over 60 times. I testified around 75 times in total, but that includes testifying about field work as well.
Okay. In a general sense, what was you were, let's start with, you were assigned as a criminalist in this case, correct?
Yes.
And what was the task that you were assigned to complete specifically related to this case?
I was tasked with the analysis of 2 ammunition components. These are cartridge cases, discharged cartridge cases, or a type of examination that we call type and caliber determination.
Your Honor, I'm going to move into a different area. Do you want me to start that, or?
Well, it's close enough, we'll break down.
Sure. We put it on time. For a second. Before you go through it, come back.
Okay, I believe that they're about to go on a lunch break. Do you know what that means for us? It's a long lunch break. That means we're going to have an ASAP telly marathon, okay? For almost 2 hours. We're just going to watch all of the telling rain from the sky. But let me just double check to make sure. This is Fadil Barama, LAPD Forensic Science Division. This is the state's last witness, guys. Let me just skip ahead. It looks like they had a sidebar.
Case amongst yourselves or anybody else, and again, don't look at the internet or any print media, no electronic media. You got please continue to keep an open mind about this case. We'll see you at 1:35.
Okay, so they are breaking until 1:45. They do take the longest lunch breaks ever. They are almost 2 hours. That's how long their lunch breaks are, but don't fear, guys. Like that's totally fine. I actually did want to go through all of the ASAP Relly testimony. The reason why is because this is the state's last witness, this forensics guy. So we might get cross on that. And I think Tacopina is going to start with his first witness, but one can never tell. It could take up the whole day, or tomorrow it might be defense demolish day. I can't wait. Either way, it's going to be fun. What we'll do is I want to go back as we can kill time for this lunch break. Check out all of the Relly moments because some of them are crazy, but I think the majority of them, if you look at all the state's witnesses, you had the 911 girl, you had the first cop, you had 2 cops in between time. You have that other gentleman, which is on the side of the defense that came in. And then you have the detective from today and this person that we see right now. It's really not a lot of witnesses. We're halfway through the case. So a lot of this has been done based off of Relly's word. Relly, I believe, is the most explosive witness that we have, but it's going to be interesting. Shout out to Jason Gonzalez, who became a member. Thank you so much, Jason. Super happy that you're here. Antoine with the 2 says, no comment, no question. Pure love of the game. Thank you so much. Trucker T, thank you again for dropping those memberships. E. Capone says, AV, what it do, Professor? What it do, E. Capone? Hope you're having a great day. Thank you so much for joining us for the afternoon. And then he follows up with another 5 that says, AV, you ever tried magic mushrooms? Yeah, I don't dabble in drugs, man. That's not my thing. I don't know. Magic mushrooms, are they a thing? Maybe it's a joke and it's going over my head. But definitely not. All right, y'all. What we'll do is we will check out all of the Relly moments that have led up to this, because honestly, we are very close to this trial being closed and a decision, I would say, by mid next week from the jury. So that's going to be interesting. So we've got about an hour and 15 minutes to kill. And I want to do a marathon of all the Relly moments right now. So I think we'll start with the most explosive with him and Tacopina. And it was like, all right, dude, if this is really what happened, let's focus on that, not the shenanigans. Let's go.
Prepare for your testimony.
I didn't need to prepare.
You need to prepare.
No.
So you didn't meet your private attorneys at all, discuss your testimony.
I don't need to.
I understand you don't need to. My question was different.
Cause for yes, sir.
Oh, wait, say the question again, please.
You did not meet with your private attorneys who flew here with you in preparation for your testimony.
No, they just say to support me. But I don't need to prep. I don't need to prep.
It's not responsive. Everything you have to know is, sir.
Okay. Now, yesterday, you testified that before the shooting, you had nothing but love for Rocky, right?
Correct.
And you said that if you said the word fuck to Rocky, it was with love, right?
I don't know what you mean by that. You gotta explain again.
Oh, I don't. I'll tell you your testimony. Go ahead. Take a look at the screen.
Text messages, I always still like how you say it, like I'm gonna almost pick them up for the success. At the same time, like you're doing bad. Okay. But in the same text messages, like I never was like just straight out like, oh fuck you. I never said fuck you, probably did, but it was like real wishy-washy in the sense like love, and I don't want to, you know, but I never really got a response to that.
That was your testimony.
Yeah, but you can bring up the actual text message I'm talking about. We ain't gotta go back and forth.
All right, hold on. When anybody asks you a question, you lawyers, just answer the question. Don't volunteer something. If they want to flesh it out more, Mr. Lewin might want to do it, Mr. Tacopina might want to do it, then it's okay. But if you're asked a yes or no question, just the answer is either yes, no, I don't remember, or I don't know. Don't volunteer anything, right?
Can you say that again?
Say yes?
Yes.
Well, did you hear your testimony?
Yeah, I did.
Okay. And when you said, if I said, fuck you, it was with love, right? That's what you said.
I don't get what you're saying. Sorry.
What did you hear yourself just say?
I don't get what you're saying. I
Here's
really
my
don't.
question. Here it comes. What did you hear yourself just say?
But what are you getting at? I don't get what you're
Don't
saying.
worry about what I'm getting at.
But explain it again, 'cause I'm getting confused. I'm getting
All right, just listen. He's asking you, did you hear your testimony?
Mhm.
Yes? He's just asking you.
Did I say it? Did I say, I don't know, can you explain the question?
Play it again.
But again,
No, I don't want to answer this question.
listen to this again.
I know text messages, I always still, like, how you say it, like, compliment them, pick them up for success. At the same time, like, you're doing bad. Okay. But in the same text messages, like, I never was like just straight out like, oh, fuck you. I never said fuck you, probably did, but it was like a little wishy-washy in the sense like love, like I don't know, you know, but I never really got a response to that.
He just wants to ask you questions about what you said that you just saw.
Was that truthful testimony?
Truthful, can you explain the question again? I don't know what I'm saying. Yes, I know it's I
Did you just see yourself?
No, but you're not explaining the question.
Here's my question.
I see myself, but you're not explaining. So what I'm supposed to say is yes or no to.
Just listen. Did you
It's
see
not
yourself? Did you see yourself? That's
I see myself.
Did you hear yourself?
I heard myself.
Was that truthful?
What's truthful?
What you just said.
That I love him or like we was cool? I don't know what you mean. I said a lot of things.
The part that you said, if I said, fuck you, it was sort of wishy-washy with love, you know? That part.
Okay,
That's
it's true.
True.
Yeah.
In fact, on September 18th, 2021, at 8:19 a.m., you text Rocky, fuck everything about you, fake ass gay nigga, right?
Of course not.
Of course not? Okay. I'm gonna show you a text message now. Take a look, Mr. Evans.
What is an exhibit?
Yes.
And really,
Hold on. This is defense C. C is in Charlie.
September 18th, 2021, 8:19 a.m. No matter how much the nigga tried, you not charging, I think they're changing. Fuck everything about you, you fake ass nigga. I can't hate you. Sucker ass guy nigga that you changed out again. Remember sending that message?
bro, this is in 21.
I understand. Everything we're talking about here today is in 21. Every text message he showed you yesterday was in 21.
Yeah, but you asked me now, do I remember? You're not showing me nothing else that came into the text message, so I probably did right there. Is that from me?
That's for me.
Okay, that's cool.
That's cool. Okay. So was that wishy-washy with love when you wrote that?
I mean, you're not showing me the rest of the conversation, so I can't really.
Was that wishy-washy with love?
Yes,
That was wishy.
yes,
Sucker ass gay nigga.
yes,
That was with love.
yes.
By the way, before we start talking about the events surrounding November 6th, 2021, which we will talk about, Mr. Efron.
Can you pull up the rest of the text message?
Mr. Efron, here's what we're gonna do. I'll ask the questions, you're gonna answer. Okay, if you can. Before we talk about the events of November 6th, 2021, which you spent 2 days testifying about, I'd like to talk a little bit about you and some of the things you testified to. Money is particularly important to you, Mr. Efron, correct?
No.
It's not important to you.
I mean, you need it, but no.
Okay. In November 2021, you told people that you were a millionaire, correct?
What?
You do not understand my question.
I don't understand this. Yes, no, I don't know.
Which you got all three in there. Yes, no, I
I'm
don't.
talking about 21. I told somebody I do so much stuff. I don't know what's the constants of what you talking about.
Okay, you know a guy named Wally?
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 Okay, so what? I'd probably say yes or no. I don't care. Like, what?
Controller said, yes, no, I don't care. That's your answer?
What is me being the, I don't get it, but no. Yes, no, I don't know.
Pick one. Pick one for the jury. Anyway.
I don't know. It's been so long. I can tell people whatever I want. If I'm a millionaire, not a millionaire, like what? I'm not a millionaire, but.
Do you want money?
Efron, just.
Really? You want money?
He asked you a yes or no question. Ask the question.
But I don't want to get those right wrong. I don't know what is he.
Listen to the question, and the answer's either gonna be yes, no, or I don't know. I don't know. Ask the question.
Sure. In November 2021, did you tell Wally, to Jimmy, we know who he is, right? The ID guy.
Okay, yeah.
No. Did you tell him that you were a millionaire?
You gotta show me the, I don't remember.
You don't remember?
I don't remember.
Okay.
Go ask another question.
It's important to you that you portray a very lavish lifestyle to treat well, right, Mr. Efron?
No.
It's not. Okay. You told this jury yesterday that after this incident, you don't have a social media presence anymore.
That misstates the testimony.
Yeah, no.
You don't have social media presence anymore.
No, I don't.
Your username on Instagram is Relly Balls, right?
That is.
And
Relly
on
Boss.
your Instagram profile is a
Relly
feature
Boss.
story for lifestyle, right?
It is.
All right.
Wait, would you repeat the name is Relly what?
Relly Boss.
Boss.
Boss. Like you, boss.
My lifestyle has nothing to do with this man.
And then that's the case. This is where we can start to see some of the shenanigans with Relly. And like I said, guys, I've been following his account closely, just spying a little bit, just a little bit. He posted 3 times today or within the last 24 hours. The first one is, there's no room for unsupported friends, family, or fake love in 2025, right? We have that. Next post is 6 hours ago. Nobody's going to watch out for you like you, right? Next, I don't post for likes. I do it to connect with my soul tribe. That's what it is. That's what we are doing. Thank you, thank you, thank you. And real quick, let's take a quick break and just look at some super chats. We have about an hour to kill before they come back for lunch. Shout out to Hannibal the Conqueror. I haven't seen you in so long, Hannibal. But I thought about you recently. I'm like, he has the classical sculptures and things in his images that he uses. So it's good to see that again. It's been a while, Hannibal. I'm so happy you popped in. Been a member for 7 months. Thank you for our time together. Lucky number 7, longest relationship ever. I appreciate that. And Hannibal supported a lot of my streams during the YSL case, all this stuff. Like, your girl is growing over here, really treating this like a business. And it is a business. It's a small media company. We're just media in. Like, we're putting the media together. Thank you, Hannibal the Conqueror. Shout out to our favorite Aussie, Nene, with the 5 Australian bucks. No comment, no question, pure love of the game. Thank you so much, sis. I hope you're having a wonderful day. It's probably morning in Australia. Definitely want to visit Sydney soon. Like, that's on my list now. Just because of you, Nene. Definitely want to make my way down there. Our favorite Trucker T in Brooklyn with a 5 says, Relly looked like he would tell on the whole classroom just to be a hall monitor. Look at him. Look at this. Trucker T, look at it. He's trying to get his money. ASAP pulled a gun on him. ASAP Rocky pulled a gun on him. So ASAP Relly is jumping on the telly and telling all that happened to him. Look at him. Thank you so much, Trucker T. Our favorite Aussie jumps back in, says, my sis, you should be way over 60K chat share AV. Yeah, honestly, at my channel's age, it should be over 100. And I apologize, guys. It looks like somebody is at the door. So let me go grab that because Luna's going to freak out. I will jump back on in, but give me 1 second. Let's hit play. I'll be right back, y'all.
Volunteering, just answer questions.
And under the lifestyle features, the cover photo of the lifestyle feature in your Instagram is a thumbnail image of a private jet, right?
I think that was the jet I was on with Jabari, but yeah.
Okay. Again, going back to this because you just told this jury that portraying a lavish lifestyle of extreme wealth is not important to you.
I mean, it's not. There's so much other important things in life, but I mean, you need money.
Okay. There is on that lifestyle portion of your Instagram is several photos. I'm going to show you a few. One is defense. Help me out.
The next in order, D is in David.
D. That's something you posted, right? You put it up first.
Well, what is it?
Okay. It's a photo from his Instagram lifestyle. It's one of the 7.
Dated when?
Dated December, we'll get to the case, don't be worried, Mr. Pepperoni. December 29th, 2022. That's you posting a private jacket, right?
Okay.
Okay. And what you wrote there, if it ain't about money, ain't liking you.
No, it says Lincoln.
Ain't Lincoln?
Linkin.
Right?
Yeah.
Wow.
Like, why don't you show on my Instagram? I'm already getting death threats. People threatening my daughter. Like, what's going on here?
Who gave you that, Mr. Pepperoni?
The whole world.
The world threatened you? The whole world gave you
Because of
that?
what you're saying.
Because I'm asking you a question on your Instagram.
Because you're saying I'm extortionist and all of this, and you're putting my whole life on. This is getting really annoying.
No one is calling you an extortionist.
You're gonna get, Mr.
Efron, you're gonna get through a lot faster.
Chat, is
if
he?
you just answer the questions.
Chat,
If somebody asks,
is he an extortionist? Put a 1 in the chat if you think he's an extortionist. If he's not, put a 2. If you're really on Relly's side, and it's fine. It's up to you guys. What does the court of public opinion think?
improper question, I won't allow it to go forward. If you're being asked a question that's lawful in a courtroom, just answer it. Even if it makes you mad, even if you don't see the point of it, just answer the questions as truthfully as you can, regardless of who asked. Please do that, okay? Yes?
Yes.
So what do you mean by if it ain't about money, ain't linking you? What's that mean?
I don't know, it's a phrase.
And what do you
It's
mean
a
by
phrase.
you posted? What's it mean?
Nothing.
How about this next one? This is defense, E.
He isn't ever.
E is next. From your Instagram lifestyle. That's you, sir, in Mercedes with the caption, "More funds is the focus right now." And that's June 5th, 2023.
Hey, what's wrong with that?
Mr. Ekron, I'm asking you a question. I'm not saying anything's wrong.
Okay, what's up?
What do you mean by that? More funds is the focus right now.
I mean, trying to get successful. Like, what do you mean? I do private equity, I do a lot of things, but I don't understand these questions. Why am I answering questions about my Instagram?
Well, you talked a lot about your lifestyle yesterday, about your business, right now you just mentioned private equity, which we'll get to, and how you earn your money, right? We're talking about that. So you just said your portraying a lavish lifestyle is not important to you.
Mhm.
So I'm talking about some of the postings on your Instagram, like this next one.
But Instagram is a place of, like, I don't see how you
Place of what?
basing me as a person off my Instagram.
You're still posting stuff up there, like literally today. Let's see what other Relly moments they have from last week. And if you guys are just joining us, they are on break for an hour. So we're like killing time with a Relly marathon right now. We're looking at all of it. What we just saw is this one Relly snapping on the attorney off of those texts. Now he doesn't recall threatening ASAP in text, which is interesting.
November 16th, 2021, here we go. You sent a text message to someone you called, "Hi, Y, threatening, if Rocky don't do shit for this boy funeral, I'm gonna beat that N-word up." Did you send that message?
I don't recall.
Okay, we'll show it to you.
Okay.
This was the message. Put it up, please.
Just another text?
So, yeah, you rule on this one, so.
What else is like?
Okay.
What am I looking at? That text? I don't recall that. I don't remember that. I wouldn't even write that.
Is that your cell phone number?
Yeah, it is, but I don't remember this. This is in 21.
Yeah, it was in 21, October 16, 2020.
What's the rest of the conversation?
Sir, that was given to us from your cell phone from the district attorney's office. Are you saying that's not yours also?
This means nothing. Even if it was, okay? Yes.
Wait, is it yours or is it not yours?
Were those your words?
Is it?
Yeah, I don't recall. Wait,
Those were his words?
Yeah, I don't recall. Yeah, I don't recall. Interesting.
Let's go to November 6th, okay? By the way, the N word there that you're referring to, the person is Rocky, correct?
I don't recall.
Well, read the line above. If Rocky don't do shit for this boy funeral, I'm gonna beat that N word up. You're talking about Rocky, right?
And you saying I'm writing this to Taiwan?
No, I'm saying.
I wrote this to Rocky, I wrote this to Taiwan.
Oh, Taiwan, that's your cell phone, sir.
Okay.
On November 6th, 2021, you take that down. You were staying at the Lowe's Hotel, right?
Yes.
In Los Angeles.
Yes.
And while you were there, you woke up to find a series of missed calls.
That's correct.
And those calls were from Rocky, Joby, and Elijah.
Correct.
All right.
No, I think I had the text messages first.
Okay.
Yeah.
So the calls and text messages, right?
That's correct.
Okay. And you turned your phone over to the district attorney, to go through all those messages, all your cell phone messages, right?
Yes.
We put up exhibit, people's exhibit 13, Paul.
They're all. Screenshot, screenshot.
I'll look for it first. Sure. Yeah.
We have a stipulation that the phone was not turned over. Louder, louder. I'm sorry, everybody can hear. We have a stipulation that the phone was not turned over to the DA's office, it was turned over to general PD. So stipulated, Mr. Stephen?
Stipulated. And with John, you refer that stipulation that eventually was given to you from MLB. That was eventually given to you guys from MLB.
We will stipulate that we eventually came in, we got the phone. Whether, the chain of custody is not an issue, but we ended up having this phone, which was analyzed. That stipulation you like, Ms. Chapkin, a thumbs up, won't work for the court reporter.
Oh, I didn't know what was on the record. Yes, that's stipulation. So I'm looking up People's 21. What's that? Oh,
Shout out to ASAP Telly. He's in the chat for his marathon as we are on lunch. It's good to see you in here, ASAP Telly. We're watching all the moments until we get back to day 8 of the trial. ASAP Telly, it's good to see you. We're glad that you're here. Let's keep going, y'all.
13 is fine. Good. 13. Let's start 13. This is in evidence already. It was introduced, I should say, by the people list. All right. So that is in evidence, and just We'll just put the date on the record, this is your exhibit 91. November 6th, November 6th, 2021.
The first message, November 6th at 9:34.
Okay. Now, that was put into evidence, yesterday by the prosecution. You saw that yesterday, correct, sir? Yeah. Okay. Now, there's no, as you see, there's no message above that, right? Under it is the video you sent with the shell cases. Subsequently, that was later, that was at 11:58. But before that, before the incident in 9:34 is just that, right?
I mean, I don't know.
Okay. Before turning your phone over to law enforcement, you in fact deleted messages which you sent to Rocky on November 6, 2021. Is that right?
I don't recall.
Okay. Well, let's show you.
Your Honor, this is apparently now, we're going to show him.
Take it down there.
We have not identified, is this something else we show it to you?
I never
We'll show you.
Yes, it's from the defendant's phone, which they have not provided to us.
Is the, is,
It's a text message from the witness to the defendant, which was deleted from his phone.
are you going to show a text?
Yes.
Show it to Mr. Lewin and Mr. Versloven. First,
We're requesting to see the complete thread so that we know what we are looking at.
Just, by the way, we talked about this earlier, and they agreed this morning. This was fronted earlier than we.
the reason was, the defense is going to show an exhibit. They have to show it to you first.
We need this morning.
That's the exhibit.
Remember this morning?
Yes,
Yeah.
that's all they have to show you is that exhibit.
That's it.
That they are going to show. All right, have you looked at it? Let's see it, yeah. All right, go ahead.
Okay. There you go. You see, what wasn't on your phone, but remained on Rocky's phone, was what you deleted,
Your Honor,
Mr. Efron.
Your Honor, that is no argument.
Hold on. Sorry, you're right. It's argumentative.
Okay. You see the text messages you sent at
This is
10:30
fake.
a.m.?
It's fake.
It's fake also.
It's fake. I never seen, you don't even write like that. This dude would not write me.
No. What are you talking about?
It's
Is this supposed
fake.
to be working right here?
It's
No, sir.
fake.
No, sir. That's you writing to
Oh,
Rocky.
okay.
Okay. That's right. Rocky's responding to you, WYA, let's get to it, stopped up my calls. You saw that yesterday. And you wrote on front of Trader Joe's.
Yeah, because that's when I seen Jabari, so that was the 6th, when obviously, when I heard him saying he was gonna beat me up and do everything else under the moon.
So you wrote that message to
I
him,
did,
correct?
I did.
Okay. Why did you delete that from your cell phone before you turned it over to law enforcement?
That assumes.
I did not-
That assumes they
Stop.
not an evidence.
Did you delete that text from your cell phone?
Yeah, but I didn't delete it because I handed over to.
Did you delete it?
Yeah.
Okay. Your question now.
Check out that.
Why did you delete that string before you turned your phone over to law enforcement?
Look at it. Look.
Oh, yeah, because I asked him, you gonna beat me up because of.
He's asking, you already said you did delete it. He's asking,
Why?
why did you delete it?
I think I deleted his whole message, and that's why it popped up a whole new one.
He's asking you why you deleted it.
I don't remember.
Okay.
I don't remember.
Okay. Anyway,
But if it was me, I would have kept it. I mean, I was really.
anyway, you testified yesterday to this jury that when you went to meet Rocky on November 6th, that you weren't.
I never went to go meet him.
You gotta let him finish the question.
You testified to this jury yesterday that when you went to go meet Rocky on November 6th, you weren't wanting to have a physical fight. Remember saying that to the jury?
Is that the day of the shooting?
Yes, sir. That's November 6th. What's that?
So, okay.
Okay.
But what was your question? Continue.
You testified to this jury yesterday
Mm-hmm.
that on November 6th, when you were going to meet Rocky, you weren't wanting to have a physical fight with him, right?
I said in preliminary hearing, I said yesterday, this is 3 years ago, I said,
Yes.
a fight is a fight. Like, I don't mind a fight, but I still want to fight the fight.
Mr. Effect, that's not, you're answering a question that he didn't ask. Ask the question again.
Sure. See this jury here?
Shout out to you guys. Somebody just sent me Joe Tacopina's Instagram account. Let's look at it because we're nosy and we're on break. We're going. We got 45 minutes left. A little bit, like 48 minutes left. Joe Tacopina's Instagram account. He's looking at Relly's Instagram account. Let's look at Joe's. I mean, it seems pretty clean. We see some more tight clothing. All good. But you do see this. What this is an image of Rihanna wearing his son's clothing line. I believe this is, I don't know if this is the son, but the son, Tacopina's son, wears a clothing line or at least has designed some clothing for a brand. It seems like it's his own brand. I just want to verify some information about it. But like, as you can see, it's pretty low profile. 298 people liked it. Rihanna was pregnant in the photo, but she was wearing a image or she was wearing this sweater. That post is from 2023. I think the date on this is July 9th of 2023. You can see that. So fun little tidbit. I like when you guys send us information. We're able to look at it together. But let's keep going. Does that make Tacopina biased? I mean, this situation happened in 2021 and in 2023 he's posting Rihanna. Weird? Let me know what you guys think. Let's keep going.
You told this jury yesterday that on November 6th, when you were going to meet Rocky, you weren't wanting to have a physical fight with him. You recall saying that yesterday?
Yes.
No.
I don't really know, but
Yes. Well, at that point, you didn't think anyone was going to see your deleted messages, did you?
I really don't care because it's not, what does that doesn't mean bring a gun.
Okay, that's your answer.
Can you pull it back up?
Oh,
Like, what do you mean?
Let's put it back up.
Just threaten me.
Put it back up. Put it back up. Excuse me.
Okay, I said you got all this fake animosity towards me. Laugh out loud, beat me up because I'm saying I heard him tell Jabari he was gonna beat me up and do everything under the moon.
Mhm.
So okay,
And what's the line under?
nigga, I wish you would.
With what?
I wish you would try to beat me up.
What do you say under that?
Give me a reason
Reason to do what?
to fight you or whatever. At this point,
Okay.
you gotta understand what it's leading up to. We're not cool. It's obviously not cool. Like, but I'm willing to go to him because he called me with his goons and link him and see what was going on because I've said it many a times. We can easily talk this out. This ain't the first time me and Rocky had an altercation where it hasn't been talked out.
You told the story yesterday, you were going there to, quote, make things better.
I mean, yeah, like anything can happen. Anything can happen. I'm not going into a fight.
Okay. Take it down. That morning also, I'm sorry, that day, November 6th, same day, were you agitated by anything else?
Judge, it's relevant.
Oh.
You mean about Mr. Mayor's or anything else?
Yet another argument.
So was he upset about something else relating to Mr. Mayor?
No.
Is that the question?
Yes, yes.
Thank you, Federal 6.
Was anything else upsetting you on that day about
No, I don't recall.
Rocky?
No, I don't remember. I don't recall. I don't remember.
You are, that showing me clearly rules I don't run afoul of. Am I limiting that question to arguments he had only regarding Mr. Mayor's?
Yes.
Okay, fine. Now, you testified that on November 6th, 2021, you woke up to find the missed calls and text messages, right?
Correct.
You understood that Rocky was performing at a music festival
The next day,
called Complex On.
I only found out because it was the 6th. I seen them on the, I heard the phone call of them on the jet going to LA. That's the only way I found out.
And
And because he had all the rest of the ASAP members in his house. So when I'm looking on the Instagram, I'm seeing everybody at his house, or some of them, the performers.
And according to you, just a day earlier, on November 5th, 2021, Rocky had asked Jabari to attend the festival, right?
Yeah, he did.
And after waking up at the Lowe's Hotel on November 6th, 2021, you finally called Rocky back.
Excuse me?
When you woke up, finally, on November 6th at the Lowe's Hotel.
I'm gonna ask that the editorializing says finally, et cetera, he kept out of that, it's already been.
If you woke up, I will do that.
Just
If you woke up at the Lowe's Hotel on November 6th, 2021, after missing all the calls,
Correct.
you called Rocky back, correct?
I don't think so. I think I got a FaceTime call from him asking me where was I. Either it can be me calling him, or I know it was a FaceTime call. Either way it goes, it was him looking for me.
So we'll never be interested on the road. November 23rd.
I don't believe that this one
Okay.
has to be impeachment.
Okay, let me look first, before you can read anything.
Sure.
Let me take a look.
12 to 15, all right.
On what page?
I'm sorry, 41. Okay, so here's what we testified to when we were here on the road. Question. When you initially woke up, you're saying the first thing you did was call him back. Answer by you, yeah, because I had a bunch of missed calls. So in fact, you called Rocky back that night, correct?
When was that said? At preliminary hearing?
Yes, sir. A year, 3 months ago.
And when was the shooting?
Tell me, what was the shoot?
November 7th or something like that? So what I'm saying in preliminary hearing is I don't really, so you say that question again?
When you woke up, you called Rocky back.
I mean, we can look through the text messages. I don't want to guess. So you got the you got my whole.
Stop, all right, okay, all right. You're at 3:52 as to-
Stop.
I don't want to hear from you, I don't want to hear anything now, I don't want any speaking objections. The jury has heard the question that was asked and the answer that was
I'm ready to
given.
go.
Go on to something else.
Rocky asked you where you're at, right?
Stop taking my calls.
Yes. And according to you, his voice sounded angry because he asked you where you at multiple times, right?
Like twice.
Is that why his voice sounded angry?
I mean, he only said it once, and then the second time it kind of sounded like more like you can tell somebody's not really like they agitated or something.
How many times did he ask you where you at? Once or twice?
I don't remember. I don't remember sure.
Well,
Probably twice.
only twice. So you would agree that November of 23 is closer in time to November of 21 than January of 2025, right? 2023, November, is closer to November of 2021 than today, right?
I don't get what you're saying. You're kind of confusing me.
Okay.
The answer is yes.
Thanks. Yes.
I mean, I don't know.
Would your memory be better a year and a half, 3 months ago of the incident, or would it be better today?
I mean, we're talking about timestamps and everything. It's gonna get kind of faded away, but I can tell you exactly what happened that day.
Okay. My question is, did Rocky ask you where you at once or more than once?
On the phone?
Yeah.
I I think twice, I'm not sure, it was a long time ago, it was in 21.
Did you raise his voice when he asked you?
He kind of really, I don't really remember, it was more so like slick, like, where are you? Like, kind of, where are you? No sure.
So it was kind of slick, that means he wasn't loud?
I don't remember, it was 2 years ago, sir.
Well, I'm gonna read you, I guess, your testimony, page 44 from the preliminary hearing.
Hold on,
I can believe
44 with one.
7. Actually, you know what, we're gonna start at 43, line 28, 44, line 8. For context.
Your main objection, not a prior inconsistent statement, a prior consistent statement, or refreshing recollection, therefore it's hearsay.
Straight. Okay, question, this is you at your preliminary hearing, November 2023, under oath, sir. Question, what was the volume of his voice? Rocky answered, it was like, you want me to say how it would sound? Question, sure. Witness. No, I'm sorry, court asked, was it loud, soft, whisper? Witness, no, it wasn't loud. Okay, that was truthful testimony, correct?
I just told you, it wasn't loud, you don't gotta scream in the phone and make your point.
Mr. Terrapini is asking you, well, you said that.
No, it wasn't loud, it wasn't loud.
That's not what he's asking. He's asking you, when you testified that way, we told the truth.
Yeah.
When Rocky asked you where you were at, you lied to him and told him you were at the W Hotel when you actually at the Lowe's Hotel, correct?
Yeah, that's correct.
And during the preliminary hearing back in November 23, you were asked, why didn't you tell Rocky you were at the Lowe's Hotel? And you testified that something about Rocky's voice told you not to give your original location. Is that accurate?
Yeah, that's correct.
You were interviewed by detectives almost 2 years earlier, sir. 2 years before the preliminary hearing, 1 month after the incident, on December 17th, 2021. Okay? During that interview on December 17th, 2021, you told Detective Manafee and Detective Flores that the reason you told Rocky you were staying at the W Hotel was because you just woke up and didn't know the name of your hotel. Remember saying that? 1 month after the incident.
Can you say that again?
Sure. Only 1 month after the incident, when you were interviewed by Detective Manafee and Detective Flores, you know Detective Flores, right?
Okay.
You told him the reason you told Rocky you were staying at the W Hotel was because you just woke up and didn't know the name of your hotel, right?
I really don't recall, it was so long ago.
Well, almost a year later, in November 14th of 2022, you were interviewed by a deputy district attorney named Fred Engel from the district attorney's office. Remember Mr. Engel?
Never met him.
Okay. Well, do you remember speaking to someone from the district attorney's office back in 2022?
I don't recall.
You told him a phone interview with anyone from the DA's
I
office?
spoke to a lot of people,
Okay. From the DA's office?
I mean, all around about this.
During that interview, you were asked again why you told Rocky you were at the W Hotel when you were staying at a different hotel. And this time you answered, because I wanted to make it look like I was at a nicer hotel. That's the only reason. Why, to be honest? Remember saying that?
It was numerous things, because when he said that, it was that and because I didn't want to give him my location.
So it was numerous things. It was one, you wanted to
Not
a
on-
nicer
It's
hotel.
not pretending, bro. You obviously seen the text messages. Like, you don't gotta like pretend.
He's gonna ask
You
you
don't gotta
now
pretend.
about whether you did or did not make a certain statement to the police when you were interviewed in 2020. That's all he's asking you. Did you tell the police that?
Anyway, I'm just gonna ask this, I'm just gonna keep moving on here, so.
You're ready to move on about whether you did or did not call Brian Hurwitz. If you don't need to
The record is.
explore it, fine, I'm good with
I
it.
think you just established, you didn't have a lawyer that night on November 6th at 10 or 11 or midnight. You didn't have a lawyer yet,
But
right?
after the shooting, no.
Okay. So you would agree it wouldn't make sense that a lawyer would tell you to go retrieve shell casings that night because you didn't have a lawyer yet. Agree? You agree?
Hold on. This is actually a pretty good conversation. This is when we're switching clips here, and we are coming back from lunch in about 30 minutes. It's an interesting question in retrospect because Tacopina is asking him right now, did your lawyer tell you to go get the shell casings? We learned on cross-examination with the detective that yes, the attorney told him to go get the shell casings, which I don't know how much I believe that, guys. I'm just going to keep it a buck with you. I don't know how much I believe that. What attorney is going to go tell you to not go to the police and pick up evidence yourself? The police were there an hour before. It doesn't make sense. This attorney is not Camille Vasquez. This attorney is not Ben Chu. It was somebody before them. And he advised Relly to go back and bag and tag his own shit. It doesn't make any sense. So I don't understand, but they are back in about 30 minutes, guys. Really looking forward to it. Shout out to Cases and Cams with Daniel Cunningham. Very long name, but I like it. He says, Relly is cooked, fam. All of that rhymes. Thank you, sir. Appreciate you. He comes back with a $2 super chat, says, Relly, bruh, you ain't getting paid. That's what it's looking like, but we don't know. We have to see how the rest of the trial plays out. Shout out to Nene, who gifted 1 membership. Thank you, Nene. I appreciate you, sis. Love to Australia. Federal 6, I think I caught this one with the 10, says, I should have been prepaid and USD on my retainer / content AV. Thanks. Of course. Of course. That's why I'm here, to explain this stuff to you guys and, see how it all pans out. I'm really excited for the rest of the testimony today. I do think it's going to be pretty riveting, but let's go back on into this. And we are just about at 31 minutes before they return from lunch.
I don't get what you're saying.
Based on what you just said, you would agree that without a lawyer did not tell you to go back and retrieve the shell casings.
I don't know what a lawyer told me. It was so long ago. Oh, no, I didn't. Oh. No, I didn't speak to him. I didn't speak to him again.
You didn't speak to your lawyer? Is that what you're saying,
No.
Relly?
I think we just established, I don't have to look back through this, but you didn't report this to the police until November 8th. The incident happened on November 6th. Do you agree with that?
It happened November 6th at 10 o'clock at night, so it was like basically a new day. I was waiting for a lawyer to respond before I take any.
Hold on. You're not answering the question that he has. Ask the question again. Is this going to call for a yes or a no?
I'll even be more specific. You agree the altercation happened on November 6th, 2021 at about 10:17 p.m. Right?
Yeah.
And you didn't make the police report in person until November 8th at 7:20 p.m. Right?
Yeah, I was waiting for my lawyer.
You were asked by detectives when you went in there why you waited to contact the police or to 2 days, and you said it's because I'm not really good with the police. You know what I'm saying that?
Yeah, I don't really like the police. I don't even like being here right now, to be honest. It's just nerve wracking.
Why sort of you're not good with the police?
It's not that I'm not good with the police.
Interesting. So, Relly, when asked why you didn't report this situation or incident immediately, he says, it's because I'm not good with the police. Like, I don't even want to be here right now. And Takopina is exploring that. This is interesting going back retrospectively.
I just don't, you know, I don't know.
Well, you told the police I'm really not good with the police. That's what you told them.
I mean, I don't think anybody wants to walk into a police station.
It's a different question. Just that. You told the police that you're really not good with the police.
At this point, objection relevance is very different too. You might ask him, why did you wait 2 days? He might be able to tell you now why you waited almost 48 hours.
Tell you what,
Just,
But the police asked that question, and that was the answer. That's what I said. They said, why did you wait 2 days? He said, I'm not really good with the police.
that's what he said then.
Yeah.
You know,
Is that still the same answer?
well, no, I waited 2 days because my lawyer, I told you that, and it's in text message. So I was waiting for a response from the lawyer going to the precinct.
Well, before you went to the precinct, those first 2 days, you tried to get money from Rocky, right?
No, I didn't.
You didn't send Rocky messages looking for money?
No,
His manager?
no.
You sure?
Lies.
I was
Lies.
And you remember, it was shown to you here, that text message. We have 63, and I don't know the people's number. But you want to put up 63, Paul?
Sorry.
Okay. It's just a text that was put up, couldn't it?
Well,
Susan?
is this something that the jury's already seen?
Yes, sir. What's yours? We'll just use the people's. We have, all right, we'll put ours. Exhibit J. It's Exhibit J, it's People's 21, whichever's in exhibit care. One is yours. One is yours. Well, it's here, whoever forces it. Here. Okay. This is already evidence wrong. This is People's 21. Okay, hold on, I'm gonna do this thing. Okay, you saw that text.
Honestly, this comment is so sweet. Thank you, Sunflower, Beth. I really appreciate that. Sometimes I'm here like twice a day on 2 different trials, but I love what I do. And a lot of folks in chat were with me this morning for the Karen Reed hearing. And then we came here to cover this case as well. And Beth says, the absolute best spot to watch this. You break it all down from a legal perspective. Yes, because I studied this stuff for 7 years. I chose not to practice and do YouTube instead because I think I can have more of an impact with people by teaching you how the law works, guiding you through the courtroom shenanigans, and going from there. That's a value prop that I feel like I bring. I know you guys can choose to watch this anywhere, and there's so many talented creators that can guide you through this process. But I tend to really enjoy sitting down and breaking things down. It's sad because, I will tell you, just as a creator in January, I think it's because they were getting ready for the TikTok ban. I saw like a little bit of people leave, and that's okay. But at the same time, I'm really excited for the new people that are coming in right now. Like, forget past stuff. I'm really excited for the future and the value that we bring here on this channel. Me, my editors, we think about this stuff strategically, cohesively. We don't want to just give you crap, like we actually think about how we're going to talk about things. We think about how live streams are going to go. We think about all of that. So Beth, thank you. This is my favorite comment of the day, aside from the Pickles comment, Lou Pickles, the granddad that looks like the judge, ironically. But thank you. I like that you enjoy the dry, sarcastical shenanigans. Thank you so much, Beth. I hope you enjoy the rest of today's show. They are back from about 8 minutes to 4:30 and then 15. Yeah, so we've got a few minutes left, but they are almost back from break if they're on time, but really excited. In the meantime, in between time, we are checking out some Relly moments from last week. Thank you, Beth, for such a thoughtful comment. Let's keep going.
Lesson from Rocky here at 12:46 a.m. the next morning, November 2nd, right? You've already seen that mistakes.
Yeah.
And now you're trying to extort.
Don't N-word.
I just want to know.
Okay, all right. Just want to make sure.
Don't say the N-word, Tacopina.
Mistakenly said. All right.
Now you're trying to extort ends, talk about I shot you and shot 4 times and all types of nonsense. You're a phony. You don't have the best intentions. Stop texting me. Stop calling my manager and call police if I shot you. You weirdo. You remember seeing that text from Rocky, correct?
Yeah.
And he got that one, correct? You received it at that time, right?
Yeah. At what time?
12:46 a.m. Right here, it says right here. Okay. And part of the reason you said that you contacted the police is because Rocky persuaded you to do so, right?
You didn't persuade me. What do you mean?
One of the reasons you called
Yes,
police
Ellen.
is because of this message from Rocky telling you to call police. Is that one of the reasons you called police?
No, I wasn't calling him regardless. I was waiting for the lawyer. He texted me that while I was already waiting for the lawyer. That's the next day.
Okay, Your Honor, I'm going to the preliminary hearing, correct?
Andrea, that's a good question, but I don't think so.
I believe it's page 111.
Real quick, guys, Andrea actually has a great question. She says, will Rocky testify? It is ultimately up to Rocky. But the fact that he rejected the plea deal, they're taking this to trial. They have taken it to trial. The prosecution is almost done. They've only had a handful of witnesses. It's almost like 6 or 7 in total. We have one more to go, which is the gentleman that's on the stand right now. As soon as we come back from lunch break, it seems like a pretty weak case. The only thing, and shout out to Cam, who's a newly minted attorney in the chat, he made a really good point. The really big thing at the heart of this lawsuit is the fact, or not even lawsuit, the heart of this controversy is that they have the surveillance footage between Rocky and Relly fighting. And Rocky pulls out the gun. You can see it in the image. That's the big part of this. However, is a jury going to convict based off of what the state has shown us so far? I'm really anxious to see if we are going to get to defense witnesses today. If not, it will likely be tomorrow. But Rocky testifying, I think, is a high bar. You know, Rihanna has been coming to the courtroom. Putting Rocky on the stand would be a risk, but we'll see what they do. We don't know what the witness list looks like. We don't know what Tacopina is going to do. The only thing he said to us in opening argument, which makes sense, is that 12E was absolutely going to testify. And keep in mind, 12E did not talk to the police. One of the two, 12E or Ills, had a knife. And if they really took Relly for his word, why not talk to these other individuals or one person that also had a weapon as well. Why not? That didn't happen. It didn't. So let's keep going.
Yep.
Fair game.
Okay. The question to you, sir, under the preliminary hearing, was that the advice, by the way, that you said Rocky gave you that caused you to call the police, referring to that text message? Answer by you. It was numerous ones, but yeah, that was one of them.
Yeah.
Yeah, so it was one of the reasons.
Yeah.
And before you reported this incident to law enforcement, you understood that the only way your lawyer would take your civil case is if you went to the police, correct?
Not true.
Not true.
Wait, can you repeat that again?
Before you reported this incident to the police, you understood that the only way your lawyer would take your civil case is if you went to the police.
What lawyer? The Brian?
Yeah.
What do you mean? So he told me he will only, nah, that didn't happen.
Okay.
And a crime was committed already, so anything legally,
Mr. Efron, all he asked you was, call for a yes, or a no, or I don't know, or I don't recall. Ask the question again.
I'm gonna ask it again.
Let's get a response to that.
Before you reported the incident to the police, you understood that the only way your lawyer, Brian Hurwitz, would take your civil case is if you went to the police, right? Or no?
I mean, I asked him, can I just get a civil suit, I believe, and it's a crime. So that's obvious, no, I hadn't pressed charges.
So he told you the only way he would take your case.
He didn't tell me the only way, I asked him, I'm asking questions.
You're on page 134, lines 25, 135, line 6.
And it was so long ago, I don't remember what I talked about with Brian.
Kelly, we see it.
134.
Did you hear that, Kelly? The only way, because Relly says, I was talking to my lawyer and I wanted to just go and pursue this on a civil suit, but it's a crime. And Tacopina said, so your lawyer says that the only way you can pursue this is if criminal charges are pressed as well. I don't know if we caught that last week, guys. Huh. Weird. And he said, well, I asked him. He didn't really necessarily answer the question. Shout out to Kelly Cal. She says, I heard it loud. She says that makes so much sense because Relly is really treating this like a civil case. He is. He wants the money. He's not shy about the text messages that say, I want this ninja's money. It's there. But it's a criminal case. And the difference between the civil and criminal is with criminal, somebody's going to jail. They have to prove it. But there's jail time here. Civil, you get money. Damages. I have irreparable damages done to my hand. These knuckles are never going to work again, even though you have images of me showing you my manicure. And my hand seems to be working perfectly fine. Okay. They are back in 15 minutes from lunch, guys. I just wanted to pop in on that one because we just heard him say it. Relly is absolutely focused on the civil element. So, and great job, Break of Dawn. That's a good point. I hope Tacopina brings this up in closing. 808 with the lotion. I mean, we saw lotion in Rocky's room. It looked like it was just some of y'all were saying trap house. Some of you guys were saying storage house. There was a nutcracker in there. I didn't know what was going on. But this is going to be Interesting. So, shout out to Kelly. She says, so he only pressed charges because of that. Damn, Tacopina. That's your whole case. You got him right, AV. And that's what I'm saying. Sometimes it's the subtleties when we can go back and really listen to people. The state they're on their final witness. Have they really proven assault beyond a reasonable doubt? 2 charges of assault. You can't even do deadly weapon because we don't have the weapon. We don't have a weapon. We have Relly's word. And we have police officers saying, yeah, 7 of us responded to the scene. We didn't find anything, but Relly found something. And then he came to the police station 2 to 3 days later. But Relly just told you guys right here, I wanted to press, not even press charges. I wanted to pursue a civil case. But my attorney told me I needed to do this the criminal way. And he came with me down to the police station. Relly hiring Ben Chu and Camille Vasquez, Johnny Depp's lawyers, who are probably the most famous attorneys for helping celebrities. Relly dumping the last attorney and getting these 2. What are we doing here? Anyway, they are back in 13 minutes. Let's keep going.
On 25. 135 lines. I'm sorry, 134, line 25, 135, line 6.
Okay.
It's on the wrong page. Sorry. Question. When did you first meet Mr. Hurwitz? Answer by you under oath when we were hearing him at the police station. Question. The day you made the report? Answer no. Answer. The day, so I had my assistant reach out to a bunch of attorneys, and I was waiting to hear back from whoever was going to answer. So then once Hurwitz, Brian, answered, we spoke for a little bit, and he advised me that the only way he would take this case is if I go to the police department, because it was a crime. You recall me that answer under oath?
I guess.
We talked about that individual, Wally Jemmy, who you said we knew, correct?
Who?
Wally Jemmy.
Wale? Mark? Okay.
The guy, the IT guy, right?
Mhm.
You know Wally, right?
Is that yes?
I said,
Did you tell Wally in August of 2022 that you can't sue someone with circumstances like that without a criminal action? You say that to Wally?
I mean, that's clear. You can't sue somebody and say it's a crime.
Is that what he's asking? He's asking, did you tell that to Wally?
I don't remember. This dude probably was debating me, calling me. I don't know. Got a spoof of his voice.
So the answer is no?
No.
I'm sorry, I just want to follow up on that answer. The dude was dating you, calling you, did you say?
I mean, you telling me about private conversations that I had with this dude.
I'm asking, I'm not telling you.
I mean,
Did you say spoof?
the phone call you played yesterday was not me.
That was not you.
That was not me.
That was fake.
That was fake.
Here it is
100%
again. Here it is again. So we caught Relly on that. He said the phone call you played yesterday was fake. Tacopina's like, it's fake? Because I got somebody on a plane from Paris right now. And shout out to Real. She says that she was watching Expert Lawyers. The money is not the issue. The jury's job is to figure out, did Rocky shoot a gun? Period. I mean, he did. We have it on camera. Like Real, like, we agree with you. We see that. But it's what this jury decides to do. The assault charges, I say it almost every stream. It's assault all day. But it's what the jury decides to do. Does that mean we can't look at some of the holes in Relly's story here? Because even with this one, it's AI, it's fake. We had somebody come in, the person that actually recorded the call, and it turns out it wasn't AI. So this is a hard one, guys. It's very hard. They're due back in 9 minutes. Let's keep going.
You would agree, sir, that you really didn't care about getting the police involved in this case. What you really wanted was money from Rocky, right?
This is not a civil suit. And a lot,
He's asking you a yes or no question. Ask the question again.
Can you answer the question again?
Sure. You agree that you really don't care about getting the police involved. Your end game was to get money from Rocky, right? Yes or no?
No, I wanted some type of protection too. He was not giving me no type of comfort that this was not gonna happen again, nor, so regardless, I was.
So the answer is no?
No, I was gonna go to.
The answer is no.
Yeah.
Well, did you tell Wally in April of 2022, I don't give an F about no police and word? You said, Wally.
What's the contents to that? What is that about?
About this case.
But you're not, what are you talking about?
Based on the question, it would be a reward without further foundation.
I'm asking if you made a statement to Wally.
I don't know. I don't.
Objection foundation. It's a statement. It's a statement.
Okay. Did you tell Wally in April of 2022 that the end game is you're gonna sue the shit out of Rocky?
When, if I already have a civil suit and this dude's calling me, I'm openly telling him I have a civil suit.
Mr. Efron, somebody's asking. Please listen to his
Thanks,
question.
I
Real.
don't know.
Good
I don't
point.
know.
I want you to listen to his question, and then you can say, I don't know, or I don't remember, or yes or no. Mr. Tacopina, can you re-ask that?
Sure, Your Honor, sure. In April of 2022, did you tell Wally the end game, I'm suing the shit out of Rocky?
I don't know.
That's also another thing. Suing the shit out of Rocky was his intention, the civil case first. It's a question. I'm just saying, suing the shit out of Rocky. I agree, Real. She says, I don't believe Relly wanted Rocky to go to jail. He just wanted the money. Yes, and that's why it's just turned into an absolute circus. It's gonna be crazy, guys. 6 minutes till they return from lunch.
Your Honor, we're in a position where I'd like, same as procedures yesterday, I'd like to show the witness this first. It's the screenshot of the recording. I'll ask them what I'm gonna do the same exact procedure. I did
Show that
yesterday.
first.
Yeah.
Okay, Your Honor, we're trying to, you're publishing
Oh, we won't publish them, I
a
want.
phone number. You will, no phone numbers to be shown there, but we will stipulate that the photograph that counsel wants to show to, louder. Oh, the counsel wants to show the witness. Would be his, the witness's phone number.
Yes.
We will stipulate.
You want to see?
Yeah.
I'm just gonna show this witness, you don't have to read it, but there was a stipulation there, so. Turn away. Show it. Again, don't read it, that's the number. Right.
Tell you the truth, I don't know what y'all got going on at this point. Like you gotta, I don't know what's going on. If that's not coming from, I don't know. I don't know what you're doing.
Ooh, Casey, I love this comment.
Counsel, you gotta stipulate.
I need some broad, like,
Great
We
point.
have a stipulation that that's the number for Mr.
Yes.
4 minutes back from lunch, guys, but I just need to stop at this one too. Casey has a great one. She says, love watching you. Just my opinion. I feel that if anybody is really drilling the financial aspect, it's Tacopina. We must remember he has vested interest in this so-called civil suit. He does, guys. If you don't know, in the civil suit, it's for defamation and some of the assault charges. But Relly is suing Tacopina and ASAP Rocky, both of them. So Casey, great point. Forgot about that, but that adds so much value to the conversation.
All right, the stipulation is that you've shown Mr. Efron the screenshot.
Correct.
There's a phone number on the screenshot.
Correct.
The phone number is Mr. Efron's.
Correct.
All right, is that the stipulation?
That's now, as procedurally we did yesterday, I'd like you to listen to this and tell us if it's in. Okay?
Yes?
Can I get some help? Some help? Yeah, okay. Your Honor, witnesses asked if we have headphones. We shut them, fill the mic.
Is that a normal, what kind of phone is that? I have never had that before. Looks like a mini. Look at this one? Yes?
Yes.
They're not free.
You just deleted that thing. Do that further, Sean.
I think that the input is, yeah, on that side. Okay.
can't get nothing.
I guess they're not working, John.
Is the volume turned up?
Yes, please.
You want to try it, Alex? Star judicial assistant. New audio. You want to try this?
Device detected. Yeah, that will work.
We'll go new school. Compliments of Alex.
Thanks anyway, John.
What kind of computer is that? The Z. This young lady looks like she has to be related to Tacopina. Stop it, Kelly. She said team computer. Zinch? Snitch 300. HP ZBook.
Your Honor, and the headphones headsets aren't working. We just did what we did yesterday. Keep it low, let him hear it.
Lucio?
Yes.
Watch this, guys. This is an important moment.
Start from wherever. Just let him hear it.
It's fake. It's fake. Get that away from me.
Well, he wants us to get that away.
Get it away from me.
Get away.
It's fake. It's fake. Get that away from me. Look at Tacopina's face here. Because imagine if that is a family member or just even an employee at his law firm. She took her time to troubleshoot, put some different headphones in, gave him some over the ear headphones, gave him some like wired headphones. They did everything. And Relly looks at Takapina and the young lady who just tried to get him to hear this and says, "That's fake. Get it away from me." Not a good look, Relly. Just be nice. Just be nice. That's it.
It's fake, you said?
It's fake.
So that's another fake recording.
That's another fake recording.
So that's not your voice.
That's not me. You just said he's an IT guy.
Oh, so who are you talking about?
Your Honor, at this point, there's no foundation, if I have. Right, he says it's not him, or it's something else.
Well, did I inquire as to why he thinks it's not him, Your Honor? He said it's fake. One I'm
Your Honor, the
saying.
question's been answered. It doesn't, if he said it's not him, it doesn't matter why he's saying it's not him. He's saying it's not him. If you can prove otherwise, that it is him, then that you're entitled to do that.
Thank you. So hopefully you filed a lawsuit against Rocky in 2022. Yes, or no, I don't remember. Did you file a lawsuit against Rocky?
Yeah.
You know what year you filed a lawsuit against Rocky?
Rocky and me.
And the lawsuit hasn't been resolved and it's still pending, right?
Correct.
And in that lawsuit, you accused Rocky of assault, correct?
You would have to ask my lawyers. I'm out of headache.
Don't you have the, site?
So we-
Your Honor, counsel, we thought that was an, we agreed that the, causes of that, the document that shows the causes of that was a.
No, I did, I thought it was coming through different witnesses, but we could stipulate that from now, that's great.
We're stipulating the lawsuit was filed, complaint filed on August 10th. Can you stipulate what the causes of action are alleged to be? Sure. Okay, say it loud enough. Sure. In fact, it would be easy on all these stipulations, if they could be printed, marked as an exhibit, and then the jury could look at them if they want to during deliberations. All right? I'll read it down to you like. First cause of action, assault against all defendants and those. Second cause of action.
Assault.
Battery. You have to raise up the volume a little bit. It's hard to hear you. Okay, Jerry, that's not a problem. I'll raise it up. Second cause of action, battery.
Battery.
Against all defendants and those. Third cause of action, intentional motion.
IIED.
Intentional emotional distress against all defendants and those. Fourth cause of action, negligence.
Negligence.
Per se.
Per
Against
se.
all defendants and those.
Now, and just also have a stipulation that the only named defendant is Rocky Mayers.
Yes, well, it says Rocky, Mayor, and Doe's 1 through 15 defendants.
Those 1 through 15. Oh, wow. I want to look at that paperwork. John Doe's 1 through 15. This is bigger than we all saw. Rocky in the civil lawsuit as the main person, but John Doe's 1 through 15. 15 guys he's suing. Wow. I'm checking in on the courtroom, guys. It's 1:49 Pacific time, 4:49 Eastern Standard Time. They were supposed to be back 4 minutes ago. Of course, they're not on time. So we're just checking this out in the meantime. As soon as they come back, I will bring us to the live court feed. But 1 through 15, Lord.
Claims against anyone else, by the way, aside from Rocky?
Meaning what?
Lawsuit, you know, for assault and battery and all that. Okay. Now, in your lawsuit, you claim that as a result of the defendant firing the handgun at you, you were struck by a bullet projectile or fragments which required you to seek necessary medical attention. Is that true?
That's correct.
Now, you understand that's different than what you told the police in this jury, that you believe your hand was raised.
Your Honor, this would be sustained.
Now, you assert that the bullet projectile that hit your hand when you were civil suit required you to seek necessary medical attention.
Your Honor, it's improper impeachment. This is a civil suit. So on a final witness. Any further questions, hearing? What the causes of action are, the jury has heard. That's the relevance of it. I
didn't want to run about what you, and I want to ask, there's another question I want to ask regarding the permanent damage alleged. What is that?
John, our position would be, stop. You can ask him if he has any permanent damage. Doesn't matter what it says in there.
No.
Is there any permanent damage as a result of the injury received supposedly on November the 6th?
You know, just make the, you have no objection to any questions of the witness regarding his knowledge of what he's doing. Our issue is going back to what is in the complaint.
Right, I agree.
Thank you, Your Honor.
I agree.
So my question, if I could follow the court's guidance. Has this incident caused permanent physical damage to you?
Yes.
Okay. What is the permanent
Physical
that has caused
damage.
you medical loss?
Keywords.
I mean, just look at it. I like to live in hell. Besides me doing what I'm doing, I can't really.
Okay, that's not what he's asking. Ask again?
Sure. What is the permanent physical damage that this?
Okay, guys. We're back. We're switching. They're switching over here. But that was a big moment. I wanted you to hear the part where he said permanent physical damage. What does that mean? Permanent physical damage means your fingers don't work anymore. You lose a finger. It's gone. But Ninja, if we have you on Instagram Reels getting a manicure in front of your Range Rover and your hands seem to be working just fine. Permanent physical damage. Whew. Guys, you know, some of you guys have been picking up on this case and watching it very well and picking up on some of the small subtleties and how it can be related to the civil case. I mean, some of this is
Objection, Your
fantastic.
Honor, it assumes a fact, not an evidence. Overruled. Mr. Siegel then said, it could just mean that they didn't have a video. I then said, overruled, no speaking objection, overruled. And then you said, Your Honor, can the jury? And I said, no editorializing by anybody. Ask another question, Mr. Prislow.
Your Honor, that was a comment that conveyed to the jury that there was potentially video that they didn't have. It's not just a speaking objection. Courts basically sustain the objection, and what it is.
No, I said overruled.
Whether it's.
All right, so what is it that you want? You are focusing on minutia.
Oh,
What
shit.
I want is I want the unethical conduct to stop.
Stop. Both of you knock it off.
Talking about from day one, Judge. I mean, that's.
Knock it off. Enough. Stop, Mr. Lewis.
What are we gonna do, Judge?
The objection was overruled. You're focusing on minutia.
You mean a speaking objection where you work out something for the jury?
What do you want me to do? Tell me what you want me to do.
Judge, you've instructed repeatedly.
Right.
That there's a difference between a speaking objection when you're trying to even communicate a legal reason. That's not even a legal reason. That's basically shouting out a fact to the jury. It is, Your Honor, we've had in this case, time after time after time, and what happens is, unfortunately, the conduct doesn't result in any inconsequence. So, Your Honor, again, what I asked at the time was, I just wanted the court to, when the conversation.
Look at Rocky. Look at Rocky.
That comment should not be.
I'm so done, yo. Look at Rocky's face right here. This is not funny. But look at Rocky's face. He's like, if you don't shut the hell up. The first thing that they cut to when we get back from lunch is the whiny prosecutor talking about how like the speaking objections are not being addressed and blah, 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 and people can still speak with their objections. The judge said, if you have an objection, just say 403, just say 401, just tell us what the objection is, and the judge will take a moment to think and rule upon it. You know, the balls and the strikes. But this whiny prosecutor, we just got back from lunch. Ain't nobody on the stand right now. Rocky's like, if you don't shut the hell up and give me my money back, or not even that, if you don't give me my life, this face is funny as hell. This is a meme. This is a meme. This is a meme right here. Let's get back to it.
Made in your disregard.
No, I'm not gonna do that. I'm not gonna do it.
All right.
Both sides have been making speaking objections.
Judge, we have not one time in this case, both sides at points have made speaking objections where they've tried to clarify a point of law or say.
Not the face palm from Rocky. Not the face palm, like, shut up. Not the face palm from Rocky.
Here's why the question. We have not one time made a comment like that regarding evidence. And we're not in a vacuum, as the court is aware from conversations that have been had. I'm not making this point in a vacuum. The court knows exactly what I'm talking about, and so does the defense. And there's a point where it's not right.
The jury's gonna be told that a question by an attorney is not relevant. It only applies meaning to the answer. There was no answer to the question. This is minutia. This doesn't.
I'm sorry, I look at people like this like at least 7 times a day. When people try to get crunk in my comments, like that's my face. I just go with the Rocky thing. There it is. That's the look.
Amount to anything. I don't want to take any more time about this. The jury is waiting outside. Jury can come in.
Rocky got another coat on.
I need response. No response.
That's necessary. Yeah, no.
Jury filing in. I think Rocky was upset with that moment. We can go back.
Waiting out this meeting to the answer. There was no answer to the question. This is minutia. This doesn't amount to anything. I don't want to take any more time about this. The jury is waiting outside. Jury can come in.
He really thinks he has control over the courtroom. I don't want to waste any more of the jury's time. I think that was the judge, but Rocky's just like, if you don't shut up. And he turned around very quickly. So great job, Michelle, picking that up. But Rocky turned around very quickly and was just like, word, is this what we're doing here? This is what we're doing? Shenanigans. Let's get back to this debauchery.
All right, we are back on the record. All parties, jurors, and counsel are present. Mr. Durema is on stand, and
Thank you. So when we broke, right before we broke for lunch, you told the jurors about your
This is the state's last witness on the stand. This is someone that works for the LAPD in forensics. He does not carry a firearm, but he is our firearms expert. Shout out to the International Quiet Storm with a $5 super chat. And he reminds y'all, let's get those likes up. No reason AV shouldn't be at 750 likes. And guys, when you like the stream, it gets it out to more people. You know, more people get to see it. The algorithm also gets to know you. So whenever I'm on, it will let you know that I'm on. So when you hit the like button, we're teaching this big computer to work with all of us. So thank you so much. Let's get into today's testimony live. Are y'all ready? Let's go. This is the state's last witness to prove that Relly was hurt here. Relly is the victim. Relly is pressing charges, and Rocky should go to jail. This is their last effort to prove that. Important witness. Let's see what happens.
Background and education and training in this area. And I believe you left off, you mentioned that in this case specifically, you were asked to conduct what's called a type and caliber analysis of 2 fired cartridge cases that you looked at in the lab. Is that an accurate summary?
Yes.
Okay. In order to illustrate some of the topics that you're going to be discussing today, did you create a PowerPoint presentation that addresses the type of exam that you did and illustrates the various terms?
Another presentation.
I did.
Okay. Now, I'd asked to mark my next exhibit, but you need 43 with Mr. Brima's PowerPoint presentation. Can you see it on the screen?
This
let me turn on your little screen. Let me make it easier. So you don't have to constantly turn on.
Oh, this is big. This is big. Here we go.
Yes. All right. Is this the presentation that you created for this case?
It is.
I'm going to go forward to slide number 2. Can you tell the jurors what we see on this slide?
Sure. Well, in the course of this examination, there's a few different areas of basics that will help the jury understand of basics that
we see on this slide.
Sure. Well, in the course of this examination,
I just paused it because sometimes they talk too much. Here's what he's going to talk about. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. 7 things on this on the screen. This person who is not a regular police officer, he did say that he was a civilian employee of the LAPD. But here's what he studies: firearm identification, cartridge components, pistol discharge, type and caliber determination, evidence features, ghost guns. Is that where we fall into, prop gun territory? And ultimate findings. Notice that his presentation has a lot of theatrics. Look at the pictures, all of that. I want to know about what you found in here. We're about to see that, hopefully. Because if this is the last witness, he better be talking about these shell casings matching something. And if he's not, what a tragedy. Let's continue.
there's a few different areas of basics that will help the jury understand the fundamentals of what we're talking about, and then actually the conclusions at the end of the examination. These topics are separated on this slide. They include firearm identification, cartridge components, pistol discharge, type and caliber determination, evidence features, ghost guns, and my ultimate findings.
Okay. We go forward to start with the first topic on your list, which is firearm identification. If you would tell the jurors what generally firearm identification is.
Yes, so within forensic science. There is a large discipline called tool mark identification. So this is simply the practice of looking at marks that are caused when a harder object impacts a softer object. Sometimes those marks can actually give us information about the objects involved. Firearm identification, what most people would call ballistic comparison, is really a subset of tool mark comparison, in which that tool is actually a firearm.
You talked about different types of tool marks. Can you discuss that just a little bit more for the jury? What it is that you're looking at when you do a tool mark identification examination?
Yes, well, the tool is simply the harder of the two objects in forcible contact. The reason we use that word is because this is often performed using hand tools like chisels or bolt cutters. If they're used in many different types of incidents, property crimes and such, they can leave marks on items that they've come into contact with. Those types of marks vary. There's two different general types. The first is an impression. An impression is straightforward contact between the harder and softer object under pressure. The striation includes that contact, but it also includes lateral motion. So essentially, an impression is a dent, and a striation is a microscopic scrape mark.
Okay. Can you talk to the jurors how this relates specifically to firearms?
Yes, well, the discharge of a gun releases immense pressures. It does so quickly that we often don't think about it. The pressure you use to actually inflate a tire is maybe on the order of 35 pounds per square inch. A 9mm Luger cartridge, when it discharges, releases pressures around 35,000 pounds per square inch, or PSI. These are just immense pressures, and they slam ammunition components into the gun. And that's the forcible contact that we're talking about during a firearm identification tool mark generation.
You talked about
And real quick, guys, this is important testimony. I just want to shout out two people. Trucker T, thank you again for gifting those 5 memberships. All those people that got it, please say thank you. Then he pops in and says, get your popcorn ready, community. We're getting ready. Thank you so much, Trucker T. And of course, real quick, just wanted to take a moment to shout out Miss Patty LaBelle, who's gifted you guys 20 memberships. Please say thank you to her if you received it. That is a significant amount. Thank you so much, Patty LaBelle. Between everybody today, I think between Petty, Trucker T, and a few other people, Nene, a few others, we have been really putting a dent into growing the community. I think we're almost around 50 for the day. So thank you so much for gifting those memberships and all those that got gifted. Thank you so much. I do want to see what they say about these shells. Do they match? That's the biggest thing in this case. So Petty, thank you, thank you, thank you. And Trucker T, you guys are amazing. Let's jump right back on in.
Fire ammunition components. Would a cartridge case be, or a cartridge be, one of those ammunition components?
Yes, a cartridge case is part of a live round of ammunition for a cartridge. That's one of the types of components that we examine.
Okay. If you would, I want to talk in more detail about the cartridge specifically and its components. Go on to the next slide. Would you explain to the jury the cartridge?
Yes. So a lot of times people will say to fire a gun, you've loaded with bullets. That's not exactly true. What you need is a round of ammunition, also known as a cartridge. The top left image there, you see an actual photograph of a few cartridges. And in the larger portion of this diagram, there's a simplistic diagram of one round of ammunition. It has a few different parts. The first part is that cartridge case. It's a brass cup that essentially holds all the other components together. Jammed into the mouth of that cartridge case is the bullet. This is the actual projectile that's going to travel from the gun towards the target. Within the cartridge, you'll see some grayish material. This is the propellant or gunpowder. And at the very rear of the cartridge is the primer. This is a small metal cup. It contains some shock-sensitive explosive. When this primer is struck by a portion of the gun, called the firing pin, it explodes, causes the powder to burn very rapidly. At this point, the cartridge sort of functions like a champagne bottle being popped. The bullet is going to leave the cartridge like the cork from a champagne bottle. The cartridge case, that brass cup, is going to remain in the firearm at least for a period of time.
Okay. Moving on to the next slide. Can you explain to the jurors the different parts that we see here in slide number 10?
Yes, slide 11.
Sorry, my apologies.
No problem. It essentially is just showing you another depiction of what we just spoke about. So here we have 2 live cartridges on the outside of this photograph. Each of those is ready to actually be loaded and fired. Just inward from those, you'll see 2 cartridges of the same types, which I've actually pulled apart. So here you can see at the bottom, there is the cartridge case, that gold-colored round item with the writing on it that's facing us. The primer is in the center of that. The grayish black powdered material there is the propellant. That's actually going to give the discharge its pressure. And at the very top of the center of the photo are 2 different bullets. These are typically going to be copper wrapped around a heavy lead core, and that's the projectile that travels through the barrel towards the target.
Okay, now that we understand the components of the cartridge, I want you to explain to the jurors the discharge process, if you would. Let me get to the next slide. Can you describe for the jurors what we see here?
Right, so here we have a simplified diagram of a cartridge that's positioned within a semi-automatic pistol so that it can be fired. The cartridge is located in essentially a tube called the barrel. It holds that cartridge and it will guide the barrel bullet as it exits the gun towards the target. This cartridge is in the unfired state and it's ready to discharge.
And you said this illustration specifically is of a semi-automatic handgun, correct?
Correct.
All right, I'm gonna click it and it will show us sort of the actions or what's happening within the gun at the time the trigger is pulled and the cartridge is fired, correct?
Yay, everybody, we're going to science class. Here's how a gun is fired. Are you ready to see it? In the presentation. Yay! Let's go back.
Correct.
Okay. Can you describe for the jurors what the action was or what we saw in the motion on that animation?
Yes, so the first cartridge has discharged. The propellant burned and the bullet went down the barrel towards the right side of the image. At that same time, that pressure is actually going to be harnessed by the mechanism within the gun. It will cause the top of the gun, it's called the slide, to recoil, to move to the rear. This is going to use some of that energy from the first cartridge that's fired in order to prepare the gun to be fired again by a second pull of the trigger.
Wow. Look at that.
Can you describe the kind of bluish tinted area that we see in the handle of the gun there?
Yes, so that's depicting what's called a magazine. This component will actually be inserted inside the grip of this type of firearm. Magazine holds rounds of ammunition, stores them within the gun until they're ready to be fired. Essentially, it works like a Pez dispenser, if you're familiar with that. without the plastic head, so it's a box. It's got a spring in the bottom and it pushes the cartridges towards the top. When the first cartridge fires, the top of that gun reciprocates, you saw it move. This allows the gun to first remove the expended cartridge case from the chamber where a live cartridge needs to be positioned to fire a second time. It reloads that chamber with the top cartridge that's in the magazine. And it also resets the internal mechanism of that gun. When we say that a gun is semi-automatic, that specifically means that every time you pull the trigger, one cartridge is fired. It's going to function like a Windex bottle. I can hold the trigger all day. No more ammunition is going to be expended.
Not
So
Windex.
that is semi-automatic, as opposed to full automatic would function like an aerosol can. I hold the trigger and it will continue firing until the source of ammunition is depleted.
When you talk about the expended cartridge, that's the piece of the cartridge case that's left in the gun after the bullet comes out for what would be essentially a fraction of a second, correct?
Yes, that's the cartridge case. That's the brass cup. It's depicted in gold color on these particular diagrams. And that is the part that will be expended and ejected from the chamber.
How does that happen? How does it eject out of the gun?
Again, this is one of the functions that the mechanism is doing when it harnesses that energy. After discharge, there's a small hook in the gun called an extractor. It's going to pull that cartridge case out of the chamber rearward from the barrel. It's going to hit another implement called the ejector. At that point, it's going to be flipped out of the gun. It essentially will appear like if you flipped a quarter as hard as you could towards your right shoulder. So that extended cartridge case will be cleared from the gun and remain in the vicinity typically.
Is that action that you just described consistent among all semi-automatic firearms?
Yes, to fire a semi-automatic gun, such as depicted here, more than once, you will have to clear the chamber of that expended cartridge case. It's a necessity to fire multiple times.
We've covered this a couple of times, so if you would just briefly talk about what the distinction between that action would be versus a revolver.
So a revolver uses a different mechanism. You may have seen these in Western type movies. Rather than having a magazine and a single chamber, there's a part called the cylinder.
Western movies.
This
Western. Yeah.
is a cylindrical component that can be loaded with a number of cartridges. That component will then be rotated, bringing each cartridge in line with the barrel one by one, so that each can be fired. After that cartridge is fired, the cartridge case in a revolver will remain in the chamber of that cylinder until it is manually extracted and ejected from the gun.
Okay. Move on to the barrel of the gun. Would you talk about what happens in the barrel when the gun is discharged?
Right, so this is the portion of the gun that's most interesting to a firearm examiner during discharge. So I just enlarged that tube, the barrel. The rear part, you can see it's specifically made to accept that cartridge. That's the chamber. The entire device runs off pressure. So the rear of that barrel has to be closed off. This will be accomplished by a surface that's called the breech face. It's illustrated here in that bluish green. In the center of that breech face, there is a hole or a channel that allows the firing pin to protrude and strike the cartridge and initiate the discharge.
Now, specifically with the examination you did in this case, would you agree that a lot of the information that you were looking at comes from that area around where the breech face, the aperture, and the firing pin are?
Yes, a great deal of the information for cartridge cases in general, and in this examination in particular, will come from that portion of the firearm.
Because it's important to this examination, would you just highlight with the pointer exactly where those three different features are? The breech face, the aperture, and the firing pin?
Sure. So the breech face is going to be the forward surface of this blue block. That's simplified for the purposes of the diagram. You'll see this channel that's meant to depict an opening in this solid breech face. The very opening forward portion of that channel is called the firing pin aperture. It's just the name used for that hole, the opening. And depicted in orange, this simple cylindrical implement is the firing pin that will be propelled forward, strike the primer, and initiate discharge.
You said in your examination in this case, you looked at two of those fired cartridge cases, those brass cups, as you talked about, correct?
Correct.
You did not specifically evaluate any actual guns in your examination in this case, correct?
Correct.
So how is it that you were able to see any of the information that would come from the gun, meaning the breech face, the firing pin, or the aperture?
No.
You didn't have a gun, and all you had was
No.
that brass piece that
No.
was ejected.
No. So you're giving us a full presentation on how firing is like Windex and you don't have a goddamn gun. And you've just admitted on the stand that what the hell is the state doing? You don't have a gun to compare anything to. Real gun, prop gun, no gun. Nobody has a gun. Why are you here? I don't understand.
Right, so again, this is an effect of those immense pressures and forces that are involved in discharge. Someone about my size stepped on a soda can. I'm exerting, I believe it's about 5 pounds per square inch. You can imagine that surface of the street could then cause dents into that soda can. Here we're talking about pressures in the order of 35,000 pounds per square inch. These are acting on surfaces of the cartridge case, which are not much harder or much different than you might find in the soda can. This allows just huge amounts of information to be imprinted into the material of the cartridge case, allowing type and caliber determinations to occur, giving it a job.
Okay. Look forward to the actual discharge process.
I can't. You want the Windex?
Slide.
Let's talk about the Windex.
Sure, so it has been depicted that firing pin coming forward, slamming into the primer, initiating discharge. Once that bullet has moved to the end of the tip of my finger, it is moving at the speed of a commercial jet, and it's rotating now at maybe 60,000 to 80,000 rotations per minute. So a great deal of energy has been released. The bullet's on its way out of the gun through the barrel, and pressure is slamming that cartridge case into the surfaces of the gun. This allows that firing pin to leave an impression. The firing pin aperture itself can be impressed into that primer with such a force that we can see the actual imprint, and also breech face markings. The small imperfections of that breech face can actually be impressed into the surface of the cartridge case, just as you would impress a fingerprint into a lump of clay.
Okay. This is an illustration that you have on in slide 19, correct?
Yes.
Did you put actual examples of these different components, the breech face, the apertures, in your presentation?
There are, yes, some exemplars. There's only one, I believe, that's related to this case. These images, such as the firearm you're seeing, are unrelated examples.
Okay. What specifically are you showing?
Example.
So what you just saw was a gun that's slowly been disassembled to show you the internal parts that are going to be in contact with the cartridge during discharge. We're looking on the left side of the image. We're looking rearward at that breech face. This is the surface that will close off the back door of that barrel, the tube behind that live cartridge. The main area is tinted blue there. That is the breech face surface. You look towards the center, you'll see a dotted line. I just added that dotted line around that opening. That opening is the actual firing pin aperture. And within the opening, you'll see an orangish sort of elongated implement. That's the firing pin. On the right side of that diagram, you'll see an illustration of the types of marks that we'll talk about. The blue area, that circular area, is the primer. It's a soft metal where that explosion happens on the other side of it. Marks from the breech face can come over. You'll see that dotted line outlining the firing pin aperture, and an actual impression into the material from the firing pin striking and causing discharge.
Okay, you said the illustration or the animation of the gun slowly being taken apart. I'm going to just go back so we can follow what you were showing. It goes
Not
by
taking it apart. Taking it apart. Oh my God.
Sure, so the top is a slide and barrel. Now I've taken the slide and the barrel apart. Here we're looking at the slide, which has that breech face surface within it.
Okay. I'm going to go on to slide number 22. Would you describe what you're illustrating here?
So a typical firearm identification task will often include what we call an actual microscopic comparison. I'll use an instrument to look at the tool marks on two items such as cartridge cases with the aim of trying to determine if they are fired by the same particular source. You could come to an opinion that they were fired by the same gun, or an opinion that they were not fired by the same gun, meaning they've been eliminated. That information is typically most useful when...
All right, we have to ask. It's Dallas's fault. Do y'all think he used AI to put this presentation together? If he used ChatGPT, maybe 4.0, 3.0, if you think he used ChatGPT to put this together, put a 1 in the chat. If you're like, no, AV, he is a firearms expert. Hold on, what is the sound? You know the people, you know, the Karens. They're just like,
No, AV, he used his knowledge, his background, his experience and training. He's a certified firearms expert.
I don't think so. But, you know, let's go back in. Thank you for, we're seeing some ones. We're seeing some ones.
There is a gun in evidence. So here we just sort of depicted that there's a firearm. Test fires from that firearm can be compared to the two evidence cartridge cases connected with the dotted lines down there. The cartridge cases depicted in different colors, sort of just indicating that sometimes the features of those actual marks will be sort of an apples and oranges situation. And we can tell, even without looking at the microscopic markings, that they were fired from different guns.
You said what's displayed up here would be an identification that you can make if you had a gun to actually compare the fired cartridge cases to, correct?
That's when it's most useful, yes.
If you hypothetically had received a gun in this case to compare to the two fired cartridge cases, could you determine scientifically if that particular gun that was provided to you was the one that fired these cartridge cases?
I could perform a side-by-side microscopic comparison on a comparison microscope. If the marks are of sufficient quality, it may allow me to come to the opinion that, yes, the reason for the agreement of those marks is I'm of the opinion that they were fired in the same gun.
What gun?
Conversely, it could lead us to the opinion that they were not fired in the same gun.
That was my next question, was if you were provided, hypothetically, if you were provided a gun to compare to two fired cartridge cases, you could also definitively say, looking at these individual marks,
Oh, no, no, no,
that
no.
gun was not used.
No, no, no. If you were provided a gun. If. I-F-E. If. What gun? What gun? Did you test a gun?
cases. Is that what you're saying? Is that correct?
Yes, there's identification, same gun. Elimination, they were not fired in the same gun. If there's any deficiencies with the items, we can just say inconclusive, meaning I can't give you any definitive.
Okay, and that's if you have a gun. But if you don't have a gun, what are you looking at? In a case like this, or what you would call a no gun.
Right, so you can perform that comparison with two cartridge cases collected in the same area. But again, it does not tend to give you much additional information. What we will tend to do, if you just had two items collected at a crime scene, for instance, is perform what's called a type and caliber determination. So here we would be trying to characterize or describe types of guns which we know to produce marks, such as those that we see on the evidence.
Okay, which gets into the analysis that you did the type and caliber, correct?
Correct.
Okay, let's talk about caliber first, or how you do these types of analysis.
Right, so this is basically reiterating what I just discussed. So type and caliber, we're leaning towards trying to determine two different groups of information. First, the caliber, the specific type of ammunition, the size of ammunition, that the unknown gun.
Look at the slide. This is in front of a jury, guys. It says, without a specific gun, try to describe and characterize the unknown gun. It's like we're all in an escape room and we're trying to figure out a puzzle. We have to figure out how to get out. We have to guess. Try to describe and categorize the unknown gun. What caliber was it? What kind of gun was it? What brand was it? What? I don't get it. I don't get it.
And then we will actually look at the marks on the exhibit to see if we can begin to list some brands of firearms which we know to produce similar marks.
Okay, when you're looking at fired cartridge cases, is it difficult to determine what the caliber is?
Cartridge cases, it is not so difficult. They have a portion on the rear of the cartridge case surrounding that primer that typically has what we call a head stamp, meaning that the manufacturer has stamped in usually some identifying information of who made the cartridge, and also the caliber of firearm it's intended to be used with.
Okay. Moving on, can you describe the illustration you have here in slide 27?
Right, so this is just to get a sense of that type of caliber examination. Imagine that you have a clean kitchen floor and 30 seconds later you have
Jesus. A familiar exercise. In this AI presentation, on the left-hand side, we see a muddy shoe print, size 4. Pattern typical of a Converse, not the Chucks. On the right-hand side, ammo component, caliber, pattern typical of blank brand, not even a brand, not even one, not one. Blank brand. This case is crazy work. Look at this. Why are we even talking about muddy shoe prints? What the hell?
muddy footprint right in the middle of it. Something we're just instinctively going to do is look at the basic size of that footprint. At this point, we're probably going to narrow it down to some of your family members as opposed to others.
And not for nothing, size 4 Chucks, that's like a child. That is like why is a kid running around with it next to, that's tiny. Those are small feet. Small feet, yes, I said it in plural.
You could look closer into that footprint, and if you see a particular design that is typical of a particular brand of shoe, this can further narrow sort of your list of suspects in your household. Type and caliber determination is essentially you're just doing that same process. But we're doing it using ammunition components, which is a little bit of a different exercise.
Just following your illustration of the muddy shoe print, are you saying that if you were to look at a muddy shoe print on the floor and see that it was a smaller size, you may eliminate that, oh, it was an adult that contributed to this footprint because it's too small to be an adult shoe, something like that?
Correct.
All right. And then if you have multiple children in your household, are you saying you could look at the pattern of the muddy footprint and say if my son wears Converse, but my daughter wears Reeboks, that you could eliminate one just based on the pattern that you see in the mud?
Right, and you're using patterns that are common to other Converse shoes out there. You aren't linking it to one particular shoe, but you're able to sort out this list of limited suspects.
So if you have 3 kids and 2 of them wore Converse and 1 of them wore Reeboks, you could eliminate the Reebok, but you wouldn't be able to distinguish between the 2 Converse. Is that kind of what you're saying?
Right, you've narrowed it to 2 potential culprits and eliminated 1.
Okay. Let's go on to talking about caliber with cartridges.
Okay, so caliber is another term that people pick up from movies and TV, but it has a specific meaning. So if you were to pick up a flashlight in one aisle of a store and a battery in another aisle, you're going to select the proper compatible items based on that size system. For instance, you're going to pick a AA battery. It allows you to magic the right battery with the right flashlight. Caliber is a similar system for ammunition. It's a matchmaking system that allows us to put the right ammunition into the right type of firearm. So saying a gun is of a particular caliber is like saying a battery is of a AA size.
Okay. Going on, are there common calibers that you see in your laboratory?
Yes, there are hundreds in existence, but most of the work that we actually see day to day will come from a relatively small grouping, maybe 20 to 24 different calibers that are commonly encountered in a crime.
Talk about caliber, and talk about type. What do you mean when you say type in a type and caliber analysis?
Right, so it's kind of a vague term, but what we mean by type is that even when we're looking at these marks, even very simple implements like that firing pin are very carefully designed. That specific design may be common to a group of firearms. So by examining the imprint of particular features, we can begin to associate a mark with a group of firearm brands, which we know to produce similar implements.
Brands. Brand.
Can you describe the different, well, describe first what a class characteristic is and then what the different class characteristics are. You're talking about cartridges.
So a class characteristic is a feature which is going to be common not just to one item, but to a class or a group of items of a similar design. So a particular shape of firing pin may be common to firearm brands X, Y, and Z. This group of X, Y, and Z is a smaller, more restricted group of the potential brands out there. When we do a type and caliber analysis, we're using these features. We call them class characteristics. When looking at a cartridge case, some of the most important class characteristics will be the caliber, the shape of that firing pin aperture, as well as the shape of the firing pin itself.
And again, the aperture is the hole that's in the breech face, correct?
Yes, it's like the donut hole in that breech face, and the actual shape can be impressed onto the discharge cartridge case.
And the firing pin is the piece that strikes the primer that, as it strikes it, it also leaves an imprint of the shape of the firing pin?
That's correct.
Okay. Can you talk about the class characteristics you see up here?
So this is just sort of illustrating that process of narrowing our candidates. So we begin with the caliber. At the bottom left, this is just an image of a cartridge from the laboratory. You'll see at the center, that circle is the primer, and you'll see writing impressed in the outside of that primer. That's called a headstand. It's placed there by the cartridge manufacturer. And simply by reading this headstand, also comparing the basic dimensions of that cartridge case, we can determine the caliber of the cartridge. So this particular one is a caliber called 9mm Luger.
Okay, the next class characteristic?
Again, to describe that hypothetical firing pin aperture, this is a laboratory gun. We're looking at that breech face. The dark circle in the center is that hole, the firing pin aperture. The firing pin is going to protrude from that hole upon discharge. And the shape of that hole may vary. Some of the shapes that we commonly run into will be round, which is pretty generic. A rectangular shape, or sometimes even a teardrop shaped aperture.
Now, when you talk about caliber, to the right of the word caliber there's 5 boxes that each have a number and some letters below it. Are those common calibers of cartridge cases that you see?
Right, so this is just illustrating a hypothetical, but these are 5 different common calibers. They usually have a very specific name that can be shortened and placed onto a cartridge headstand.
So a fire cartridge that you'll see will have a caliber associated to it, correct?
Yes.
And then it will have the aperture shape, which will be is more than likely to be one of those 3 shapes that you have listed up there, correct?
Very commonly, yes.
Okay. Sorry. Can you describe what you're showing with this next illustration when it comes to the aperture shapes?
Yes, so at the bottom of this illustration, we have images of 3 different cartridge cases, and these have accepted that imprint of the aperture shape. So at the right-hand side of that image, you'll see a dotted line outlining a circular aperture. In the center, the dotted line is outlining that rectangular shape aperture. And at the left side of the image, you'll see the dotted line that's actually in a teardrop shaped configuration. So these are just examples of the different shapes that we'll be assessing.
Each one of those 3 is a different example, just showing the different shapes that you could see in 3 different guns, correct?
Yes.
Okay. The last class characteristic you talked about was the firing pin shape. Can you describe that for the jury?
Sure. In the bottom right, this is actually a magnified image of a firing pin. It's about the size of the tip of a ballpoint pen. This particular one is round or hemispherical. It's a very common shape of a firing pin. That round outline will then be imprinted into the cartridge that firing pin discharges. Again, there are different types that are commonly found to be manufactured by different.
For this to be their last witness, I feel like I'm just having a discussion with an encyclopedia. And the book open, it's just like, hello, AV, what would you like to learn today? Let's talk about cartridges. Great. I hope this education piece for the jury is going to lead to factual evidence. For this to be your last witness before the defense takes over, you better have something. Something. Give us something.
Brands. These again would be round, rectangular, and teardrop shaped. The aperture and firing pin shape do not have to match. So these different combinations give different classes their little distinctive features.
So I just want to put a finer point on that. Just because the aperture of a firearm is round does not necessarily mean that the firing pin itself is also round. It can be a different shape.
Correct. It's up to the manufacturer, and they can combine those as they see fit.
All right, and then do you have examples of those different, what those different firing pins looks like when you look at them in the laboratory?
It's so
Yes,
circumstantial.
so these are the same images. Here at the center, you'll see a depressed area that is then outlined with a solid yellow shape. So at the right side, you'll see that the outline of the actual firing pin that was pressed into the surface is round. In the center, it is rectangular. We may also call this elliptical. And on the left-hand side is a more distinctive shape, that actual teardrop shape that can be caused by the firing pin itself.
Okay. Go on now. You said you actually did an examination in this case of 2 fire cartridge cases, correct?
Correct.
When you are assigned to do this type of analysis, a type and caliber analysis on fire cartridge cases, what's the first step that you take in the laboratory?
First step is to obtain the evidence. It's going to be actually stored with the property system. I'll go check out that evidence, bring it up, log it into our computer system, and perform an inventory of the evidence package.
In order to check the item out of evidence of property, how is it that you do that? Is there some number associated with it?
Yes, each investigation at LAPD receives a number. This has been called, for most of my career, a DR number. I think it means Division of Records number. This is simply a number that identifies a particular investigation. Evidence that's collected associated with that investigation will be filed under that DR.
In this case, was the DR number 2106188784?
May I refer to my notes?
Yes.
Yes, 2106188784.
All right. When you went to property division, did you obtain the envelope that we see here that was previously marked People's 32?
Evidence? Is this Relly's evidence? Here it is.
Read that up there. Bring it to you if you need to inspect the envelope yourself.
Thank you. Yes, this is the envelope that I received.
Okay, and how is it that you recall that this was the specific envelope you received?
It bears the DR number as well as the number 1, meaning it is item number 1 booked to that DR number. On the back side of the envelope, it has my initials.
It's very strange that a regular layperson can investigate a crime and bring shell casings to a police department. This is what was submitted by Relly. So let's now pay attention to this. Remember, the incident took place on November 6th. This is the police's bag and tag of the shell casings. So with all of this momentum, I really hope that there's going to be a match here. Like, I don't, of course, we'll see what happens. But if there is a match here, that would make sense with the way that they've placed their witnesses in priority and then in the order that they've placed them. But like, I suspect if there is a match, they'll talk about it. But at the same time, you guys have to understand there's also no weapon. We saw the weapon, but there is no weapon. So we'll see how this expert pans out.
My stylized initials, my serial number, as well as the date that I opened the package.
Okay, I see it. What I have frozen up on the screen there, is that the front side of the envelope?
Yes.
Yeah. Putting up the back side, are these the initials that you were referring to?
Yes.
All right. Get out the smaller envelope. I'm going to show you the back side of the smaller envelope. need you to approach the tapes and screen and let me know, but did you receive this smaller envelope as well when you did your examination?
Yes, it bears my stylized initials and information.
Are they up here just below the tape?
Yes, that's where I mark the envelope when I open it.
Okay. Then lastly, we take the two items out of the smaller envelope. Up here. Can approach with these, you tell us if these are the fired cartridge cases that you examined in this case.
Yes, their external features match the features that I documented. And there are also engravings on the inside of the actual cartridge case. When I receive evidence, I will engrave it with the item number, portion of that ER number, my initials and serial number inside the mouth of the case where it will not obscure.
So that you know later that they're the same ones.
Yes.
Okay, I'm gonna put them back. Smaller envelope. Back in the larger envelope are people's 32. So after you received that envelope and those specific cartridge cases, what's the next step that you take in your examination process?
So the next step is going to be filling out some worksheets with the basic observations and features that are observable on those items. Both of these were booked as item 1, so I did designate one of the two as item 1A, the other as 1B. Then I documented the material and general features that we will systematically do.
So a lot of people are like, Avi, what's the point of this? I think the shell casings that Relly bought in are real shell casings. I mean, I'm just telling you right now. I think they're real. Did he get them from the scene? I don't know. Did he get them from the shooting range? I don't know. But whatever Relly bought them in that bag was real. That's what he's showing you. I think that's why they're bringing him in. Now, is there a match? No, you can't match anything. There's no freaking gun to examine. Why are we here?
In the opening stages of an examination.
Okay, and then the next step after documentation would you?
So that point would just be to sort of classify those actual markings that were observed, the aperture shape, the firing pin shape, and these are just outlined in preparation for the interpretation part of the actual analysis.
Okay, so you talked about in your prior testimony looking for those 3 class characteristics: the aperture shape, the firing pin shape, and the caliber, correct?
Yes, among others, but these are the most prominent and useful.
Okay. So is that what you're talking about when you look at them in the laboratory? You're documenting each one of those class characteristics.
Yes.
All right. So let me go back to your presentation here. Now you're going to start talking about the specifics of this case, correct?
Correct.
All right. Let's start with slide 40. Can you describe for the jury what we see here?
Yes, so the photo at the right side of this this slide is a digital image that is from the computer database system. This was, it's called NIBIN, N-I-B-I-N. This was taken before my actual analysis, but it's a good depiction of what I was looking at.
So it's an
In
example.
this picture, I've got the numbers 1, 2, and 3 there. So first, I've categorized the actual caliber. It is a 9 Luger caliber cartridge. Looking at the imprint on this of the aperture, I classified that as teardrop shaped. Looking closer into that actual depression in the primer, I classified the shape of the firing pin as also being teardrop shaped. So in the bottom left, there's a simple diagram outlining those features that I observed.
Okay. All right, let's go on to the next area. If you would describe sort of the value of the class characteristics that you observed, that information you just talked about.
Right, so now I'm beginning the interpretation stage of the examination. That first stage, here illustrated on the first line next to the one, is the determination of caliber. That was 9mm Luger. This is very common. In our lab, it's the most common caliber that we run into. So while that is interesting, it narrows our pool of candidate firearms to some extent. Still a very common feature. Down at line 2, I'm then going to move to begin to interpret what does the teardrop shaped aperture mean? How does that allow me to further restrict the list of candidate sources?
Okay. Let's move on then. If you would talk about after you document those 3 features, those 3 class characteristics, what's the next step that you took?
So at this stage, it becomes a bit of a research project. I'm using literature from my field in order to get the broadest list of known candidate sources with a teardrop-shaped firing pin aperture. Left side here is depicted just a couple of articles that I used. These are from the Journal of the Association of Firearm and Toolmark Examiners. This is a peer-reviewed journal that's been in print since 1968, I believe. A few of these articles started me down that path. There is also an electronic forum that's operated by AFTE. It's available to AFTE members, AFTE, Association of Firearm and Toolmark Examiners. This is an electronic exchange for professional examiners in a members area of the AFTE website. It allows them to interact and exchange information about new observations that they have in casework. And this is more responsive than the actual articles. We can disseminate information quicker by those means.
And these were the sources you used to kind of determine how big the pool was of potential candidates to compare to those 3 features.
Correct. I'm just looking for a list of suspect guns, if you will, brands which we know to include just that one feature, the teardrop-shaped firing pin aperture.
Okay. So specific to the firing pin aperture.
Correct.
All right. Let's move on. What was the next step you took?
The next resource I used is called the Class Characteristics Matrix. This is a developing database, also operated by AFTE. It allows me to just, you may enter different features, such as caliber and firing pin aperture shape. I did so in order to try to broaden that list of potential makes known to the community to produce teardrop-shaped firing pin apertures.
Okay. After looking at those resources, what did you determine was the potential list of firearm manufacturers that could have contributed to that aperture?
Right, so from all the manufacturers operating, the list that is known to me as a result of consulting these sources comes down to just a list of about 5 different manufacturers. So we've narrowed that candidate group considerably just using that one feature. These images there are logos or images depicting those 5 sources.
Okay, so you went from 9mm, very common source, now whittling it down to 5 manufacturers, just with the aperture shape, correct?
That's correct.
Okay. If you would talk about the kind of next step in your research project.
So moving from the aperture now to the actual firing pin. At this point, it becomes a little more challenging because the firing pin that I'm looking at in this case just happens to be quite distinctive. Fortunately, several months before the occurrence date of this case, I initiated a project where I collected samples from firearms that were coming through the firearm unit. We regularly test fire pistols that come into LAPD custody to be entered into the NIVIN database. I collected 229 different firearms examples, and these are specifically what we call ghost guns. It's a new sort of phenomena of
Ghost gun.
firearms. By examining the samples.
Ooh, are you guys ready for jumping into paranormal activity? We're going to talk about ghost guns. Be careful. Don't go to bed tonight without a blankie.
From those this sample set, I was able to locate a few species that actually exhibited the firing pin consistent with the one that I observed in this case.
The teardrop shape, correct?
Teardrop shaped firing pin, correct.
Okay. And when you add that class characteristic to your analysis, so now you've gone from caliber, you narrowed some out with the aperture shape, and now you've added in those that have the same aperture shape and this unique firing pin shape. What were you left with?
Right, so I'm left with the logo there you see on the left is not an actual manufacturer, it's just representing what we call ghost guns. So there's one particular aftermarket slide, which is common to a particular frame size of ghost gun. That particular product exhibited the firing pin shape that I observed on the evidence. It also has some compatibility with frames that are produced by Glock.
Okay. Before we talk about ghost guns, you mentioned NIVIN. Would you describe for the jurors what that is and how you used it specifically in this case?
Sure. We may be more familiar with DNA databases. Samples from a crime scene may go into a database. Samples from suspects will also go into the database. The computer will attempt to match samples and potential suspects. We have a similar database in firearm identification. This is called NIVIN, National Integrated Ballistics Information Network. So when we have a group of evidence cartridge cases, such as the ones in this case, we can enter it into the system and attempt to look for potential matches among tens of thousands of candidates that are in that system. At the conclusion of my examination, I took the actual items that were previously imaged into the NIVIN system and had them correlated again. This means those images of our evidence were searched against the database again in order to see if I could find any other makes of firearms depicting that particular firing pin shape.
You described using the AFI resources or the resources from your association of other tool market handlers. Would NIVIN essentially have been kind of like a double check to your research that you did on the AFI resources?
Right, so the AFI resources, I'm trying to expand my list of possible candidates. I expanded that list, and those resources also told me what types of firing pins I expected to see. I didn't just take that at face value. I went, looked through NIVIN in order to attempt to confirm whether those resources were accurate. According to the samples that I looked at on this database, they were as advertised or published in those resources. Finally, I used Nyron again as a second sort of double check, putting our actual evidence in and seeing if there are any other brands I'm unaware of that.
Well, wait, what actual evidence? What actual evidence, sir? What actual evidence? What actual evidence from Rocky's house, from the shell casings? Did they come from the gun range? What actual evidence did you examine? We're still waiting to hear that. We've gotten a history lesson. 7 years ago, this is how gunpowder was made in the United States. I can't.
Had similar marks.
Now let's talk about ghost guns. You used that term a couple times. If you would describe what a ghost gun is.
Sure. Well, this slide sort of depicts the, I guess, mainstream way of manufacturing and distributing firearms. So they're typically made by a licensed manufacturer, shipped to a retailer that has a federal firearms license, and they're sold to us in public from that retailer. So that is how typical guns are distributed. I say guns of typical manufacturer as opposed to the species that are commonly referred to as ghost guns.
Okay, move on to that. Can you describe what you are illustrating here?
Right, so the ghost gun species uses a frame that is a portion you're going to grip.
Species. The ghost gun species. I didn't know they were living. Like,
This is the part that needs to be serialized and controlled if it is manufactured and shipped to you, the consumer. Ghost guns use a product that is an incomplete frame. It requires you as the consumer to make just a few adjustments, drill a few holes in order to make that frame operational. You can order these over the internet. You can also order what's depicted there. The frame here is in that pink color. You're also going to need the other firearm components, such as the slide and the barrel. These can also be ordered online. Then, using simple hand tools, as most of us would have in our garage, these aftermarket parts can be assembled and to produce a functional gun. Now, this gun does not have a serial number in that state, because when it was shipped, when the frame was shipped from that manufacturer, it was shipped in an unfinished condition, which did not require it to have a serial number. This is where the term ghost gun, I think, has taken hold, because it does not have that serial number that's known to law enforcement.
You talked about three parts of the gun, and you said the pink part that you have illustrated up there is the frame. What are the other two parts? The gray rectangular shape on the top and the kind of orangish cylindrical piece underneath the pink part.
These are the main other components. So the pink part is that frame. That orange tubular shaped item is the barrel. That is where you load the cartridge, and that's where the bullets actually going to travel, go towards the target. The gray object at the top of this image, that's the slide. It contains the breech face and the mechanism associated with the firing pin. Marks on the cartridge case are primarily coming from that component, the slide component of the firearm.
And are you illustrating that you can essentially purchase these individual pieces separately? So you could just buy a frame, you just wanted the frame?
Correct. You could buy the kit that can be used to produce a frame, and then the other components can be purchased separately from various retailers.
Okay. If you already have a working firearm, but you want to exchange a piece like the slide for the frame, can you do that by removing a piece and then adding an aftermarket piece?
Yes, you can. Just like my car has a license plate it's licensed. I can change the rims on my car. I can buy aftermarket ones and slap it on there. That's what we're essentially allowed to do with these components.
Rim so big you could see me coming. Okay, apparently our civilian firearms expert likes rims. How that ended up in this testimony, I don't know.
Components of the gun outside of the frame itself.
Okay. One. I think you already described they can be assembled using hand tools. What are you illustrating here in slide number 5?
So this just illustrates a couple actual products that are out there for privately made firearms is one of the terms the slang is goes with. These products show some tooling that can be used to actually complete the manufacture and make the kit, which is sold into a functional frame that can be joined with a aftermarket slide and used as firearm.
You said there's 2 brands that are illustrated up there. What are the 2 brands?
These are 2 very common brands. One is at the bottom center is Polymer 80 with the P80 logo. There is another brand, the firearm is marketed as an SS80, and that's depicted in the top right portion of the slide.
Okay. All right, moving on. Would you discuss kind of the manufacture or the features of some of these ghost guns?
Right, so this image is depicting the fact that these kits are produced to mimic a typical gun that's already in mainstream production. So there are 2 actual models here that are listed there. On the left-hand side, there's a SS80 is one. There's a PF9SS, that's another. These 2 particular ghost gun frames are compatible with a particular model of Glock, and that Glock is called a Glock 43. So they are made to be sort of imitation frames of that Glock, and they're compatible with those aftermarket parts which are also compatible with that particular model of mainstream manufactured Glock pistol.
So when you were first explaining to us how the kind of the origins of what a ghost gun is, you contrasted that to a gun that came from a licensed manufacturer. Am I stating that correctly?
Yes.
Would the Glock 43 be produced by the Glock Firearm Company? Would that be what you're talking about as being produced by a mainstream licensed manufacturer?
Yes.
And the ones that you have listed here on the left, the Polymer 80 PF9SS and the Glock Sword SS80, would those be the ghost gun versions of a Glock 43?
Correct. These are the privately made firearm or ghost gun versions of the frame of a Glock 43.
Made to mimic a Glock 43?
Yes.
Okay. All right. What are you illustrating here?
So here it showed one set of aftermarket parts just illustrated there. The markings I found on these evidence items can be linked to a particular aftermarket slide. This particular aftermarket slide is known to be compatible with a few models of firearm frames. These include the Glock 43, 43X, the left-hand side that's depicted by that dark black colored frame. On the right-hand side, the pink frame is representing the ghost gun equivalents of that Glock frame, which may be marketed as the SS80 or PF9SS.
Your explanation just now, you said the evidence items that you examined. Are you talking about these cartridge cases that were item 1 in That exhibit People's 32?
That's it.
Okay, and you're saying that the class characteristics that you saw on these cartridge cases, those three characteristics, that it was 9mm, that it had a teardrop shaped aperture and a teardrop shaped firing pin impression, those are the characteristics you were using to narrow it down to these 4 types of firearms?
Yes, that grouping of class characteristics is known to me through those resources. I've only
As a civilian continues to give us information. Shout out to Tamika, who actually has a good point. She says Relly said he owns a 43 the other day on Cross. He sure did. Just Chrissy, he's been talking for about an hour. It looks like they're about to take a break in a second. I have TiVo time, so we can skip through that break or go back to Relly saying more shenanigans on the stand. Either way, we're going to get through it. This is the state's last witness, and it's very lackluster, guys. It is. I mean, for this to be your last witness, we're doing a lot of education here, doing a lot of science projects, but at the end of the day, I mean, it makes sense. When you see a projector from 5th grade in this joint, and they're using that, and you can see people's hands on the screen. It just looks like this here with a pen. Here's a pen. Do you see this thing on the screen? Yes. Like, that's what we're looking at. It's California. Didn't like, isn't Elon out there? Don't y'all have electronic cars everywhere? It's California. Aren't you supposed to have better quality imagery, better quality technology? It's Cali. Silicon Valley's right there. I don't get it. So we'll see. We're almost done with Mr. Fidel. Fidel is almost done, I believe. If Taco Pina gets to cross him today, that would be really good. And I think that would be the end of the day. They usually wrap up around 4 p.m. Pacific time. So I know that they're going on a break soon. But if they do that, hopefully we get some taco time. But let's go in.
been able to associate it with this one particular aftermarket slide. And this aftermarket slide is compatible just with a few styles of guns. The known brands and models are listed there.
Those 4, right?
Yes.
Okay. Well, let's talk about your finding, or the conclusion to your analysis. Have you summarized your conclusion on this slide, People's 59? Go back to.
Yes. Final conclusion. What you're not going to find in the report, I cannot say this configuration only comes from brand X. What we know is that after some considerable research, I can give you the list of candidates that we know to be consistent with these items. While these are consistent.
Oh my God. Do y'all want to know what the purpose of his testimony is? To tell you what freaking brands might match. What brands of guns, what brands of bullets and shell casings. Are you serious? What brands might match? Let me go back to make sure I'm not tripping.
Yes. Final conclusion. What you're not going to find in the report, I cannot say this configuration only comes from brand X. What we know is that after some considerable research, I can give you the list of candidates that we know to be consistent with these items. While these are consistent, we cannot really say that these are the only ones which will ever be manufactured with those general features. Due to that, the qualifying term, but not limited to, always appears in type and caliber findings, such as the ones I produced.
So why, again, did you put that qualifying statement in your analysis? Because, correct me if I'm wrong, but you stated 9mm is a very common caliber, correct?
Yes.
But at the end of your type and caliber analysis, you really narrowed it down to those 3 features were only really typical of 4 different firearms that you have seen come through your laboratory, through your research on the after resources, and cross-comparing that with NIBIN, am I saying that accurately?
Yes, based on the research that I've described, I have only encountered empirical evidence showing me that this grouping of class characteristics exists as a consequence of that particular aftermarket slide. That's all the information that I could determine after some relatively considerable evidence.
But you don't limit it to just those 4 firearms, fair to say?
Correct. You can't state that it's those 4 and only those 4, because these class characteristics are voluntarily chosen by the manufacturers. They can change. It's also possible that there are other items out there that we have not run into. Any research material I use is finite. So for that reason, we include that qualifying mark to be over.
But after your research in this area, you narrowed it to 4 that you, those 4 different firearms were the only that you could find that had those 3 class characteristics among them, correct?
Objection, that's the answer.
That's it. Thank you, Your Honor. That's correct. I'm only aware of the aftermarket product that's compatible with those 4 models.
Okay, that's all I have, Your Honor.
All right, we'll take a 15-minute break, folks. Please stay outside, report indoors at, let's make it 3:20. Please don't discuss the case.
Well, wow. They're supposedly taking a 15-minute break. We were behind a little bit, but oh my God. They should be back in 3 minutes. Hopefully they're back on time, but the prosecutor just said, that's all I have. That's it. That was it. It could have come from these 4 brands. That's it. Let's walk through the witnesses again. Witness 1, police officer that responds to the scene with body cam footage. 6 other officers with him, 7 altogether. Nobody found the goddamn shells that Relly found. Nobody found it. Witness 2, Maybach music lady. She seemed like she was from Australia. Calls 911. She is the person that called 911 and said, hey, I heard everything. I heard the gunshots. I looked outside. It looked like men were running away from the scene. She didn't want to say that they were black. Fine. On cross-examination, Takapina says, all right, ma'am, let me ask you about this. Do you know what she says? She was high at the time that she called 911. So you have that. Next witness, Relly. Relly takes a stand for what he called 5 days, which was actually like 4.5. We saw Relly on the stand, meaning, believe me, I'm Relly, believe me, this is what happened. We have the footage, so it's hard not to believe him. You see it from an angle. I would like to see it from a different angle, or I would like to hear from Ills or 12E, the other 2 people that were there. That would be great. After that, that's witness 3. Witness 4, you get another police officer who was a person where Relly, he was the intake guy. He was at the front desk at the police station. Relly walked in and was just like, here you go. I'd like you to process this crime now. And they were like, okay, thanks. Like they just took it. No extra questions. Assigned to witness 5, who is this detective, who verified that they, in fact, did not contact Ills. Actually, they did get in touch with Ills and 12E, who they are not in the state of California. It appears that they declined to talk to the police. Even with that, Relly said that one of them had a knife. who had the knife. Because if there's a knife, I mean, isn't that a crime too? So you got all this shenanigans going on. And then we go to witness 6, who is, this guy. Less than 10 witnesses. And the prosecutor just told you he was done. Like, that's it. So now we get cross for probably the rest of the day. And tomorrow the defense will start. But that's the state's case. In a nutshell. Put a 1 in the chat if you think a jury's going to convict ASAP Rocky for like 8 to 24 years or whatever based on that. No, you know what? Forget the jury. You guys, would you convict based on those 6 people giving you their account of the story? That's the state's case. Let me know. Put a 1 in the chat if you say convict, or say don't convict, meaning that you don't find him guilty of these crimes. If you don't find him guilty of assault, the strongest piece of evidence is that footage. That's it. I kid you not, guys. That's all. Taking a person's word, collecting evidence themselves, I don't know. We see some not guilties. We see some 2s. We see 1. We see some 2s. Tara says, hell, nope. Says, nah, Petty Pendergrass. Don't convict. I mean, put him in jail. Take him away from his kids. His, Rihanna. Riri. Who's in the courtroom right now wearing some snake skin and a detective outfit. She's making a whole thing out of this. But it's like, right? Taco time! Is it taco time? It's taco time. Tacos for the boys. Tacos for the boys. It's taco time. Bring the tacos in. Taco Pina. Taco Thursday. Come on, jury. Sit down. Let's go. It's time for the tacos.
All right, just to let you know, folks, we're going to start at 10 o'clock. 10, not 10:30. Go back on the record, all parties, jurors, and counsel are present. Mr. Siegel, Georgia, thank you.
Tacos partners time.
Yes. Good afternoon, Mr. Brown.
Good afternoon.
You're employed, you said, as an analyst by the Los Angeles Police Department.
I'm sorry?
You're employed as an analyst by the Los Angeles Police Department. Is that right?
That's correct.
Okay. And specifically, you work as a criminalist in the department's firearms analysis unit?
Yes, I have for 20 years. Technically, my assignment has just recently changed. But yes, I operated as a criminalist in that unit during this examination.
What's your assignment now?
The toxicology laboratory?
Okay. Which obviously has nothing to do with ballistics.
Correct.
Okay. But in your prior role in ballistics, you were asked to examine the 2.9mm.
So this is not Taco Peanut, but this is the young attorney that works under him, and he's already starting off hot. He's just like, hey, you worked in toxicology and ballistics, but you really don't have a lot of experience in ballistics. Is that right? He said yes. Let's go. This is going to be good. I can see it.
Locations that we've been talking about, right?
Yes.
And you prepared a report containing your opinion regarding that analysis, right?
Correct.
And you finalized that report on January 8th, 2024?
May I refer to the report?
Please.
Thank you. Yes, the technical and administrative reviews were completed on January 8th, 2020.
More than a year ago.
Yes, 1 year ago.
Okay. Are you aware that your report was going to be provided to the defense counsel, meeting us 2 weeks ago on January 23rd of this year?
Objection, Your Honor, irrelevant.
Sustained. Let me ask you this then. When did you provide your report to either the detectives or prosecutors in this case?
Once it was signed off, I would email it to the requesting officer, so that should have occurred in January of last year. I don't know the date that I actually emailed.
Okay. Would it have been signed off on by, let me see if I see the name here, someone with the name, last name Hawkinson?
Correct.
And who is that?
This is another Crim 3 in the Criminalist 3 in the Firearm analysis.
And what's that person's full name?
Amanda Harbison.
Is she a supervisor of yours?
No, she is another technical lead. We have 4 details.
His peer,
In the Firearm analysis.
not a manager.
She is a Criminalist 3 technical lead in one of the other details.
Okay. And she signed off on this report after you on January 8th, 2024?
That's correct.
So it would have been around that time that it was provided to the detectives in this case. Is that fair to say?
Yes, it's my habit and custom. As soon as I get it back, just go ahead and email it out before I submit the case package for filing.
Okay. And you were asked by Mr. Preslomic on direct if you evaluated any actual guns in this case, and you said
Ask
no,
him.
you did not do that. Is that right?
That's correct.
Right. You also did not examine those 2 shell casings to specifically determine if they were discharged from any particular magazine. Is that right?
The cartridge cases
Yes.
were not compared for cycling marks to a particular magazine. That's correct.
Okay. And
Wait,
as a
why,
criminalist-
why are we here then? No gun, right? No gun. Shell casings. Did you examine them? He didn't say no. He just said, yeah, but we couldn't compare it to anything to see if it was a match. Why are we here, LA? Like state of California, Los Angeles. Why do you have people away from work in a jury box? I don't get it.
You're certainly aware that there is, you may have referenced this now, a forensic evaluation available to determine whether shell casings were fired from a specific magazine. Is that right?
They aren't fired from a magazine. So what we're talking about is a cycling mark. This means just basically based on the fact that a live round can be pushed through the magazine into the gun. It's possible for marks to be distributed onto it without the discharge pressures, but it's not a typical examination that we do on a daily basis.
Right.
Your Honor, I'd like to launch the objection to the approach.
No. Your Honor,
It just goes to a floor.
state the objection.
It goes to a floor 2 of the court previously.
You can't say it over court, Your Honor. You need to know it, sir.
Yeah, this, we did cover this, so this is off limits. I do recall now, this is off limits.
It's not actually.
No.
Let me continue. No. So, in firearms analysis, class characteristics are general features shared by a group of firearms which are used to try to narrow down possible firearms that could have possibly fired a bullet. Is that fair to say?
Yes.
Okay. And those class characteristics do not identify a specific gun. Is that right?
Say it again.
Correct, as the name sort of implies. They indicate a class, a group of guns.
Classification of a gun, not a specific gun, not a one gun. You're putting them in groups. And didn't he just talk about batteries? If the shells look like this, it could have come from one of these four. You got a celebrity on the defense side. If you'll do this to a celebrity, what do you do to regular people? Are you kidding me?
That may share articulate function.
Right. And in contrast, individual characteristics. Why don't you tell us, what are individual characteristics?
So individual characteristics are unintentional flaws that actually are created when the firearm is manufactured. Also, as it wears or corrodes over time. These microscopic flaws are pretty amazing because we can actually take guns off the assembly line and distinguish marks from guns even when they're manufactured one after the other. So these are individual characteristics that we would use in a traditional, I guess, microscopic comparison.
Thank you. So based on that, then, is it correct to say that class characteristics place an item within a category, general category, while individual characteristics can uniquely identify a specific item? Is that right?
That is how we intend to use them. Yes, the individual characteristics can be used to form an opinion of common origin, meaning that the examiner has determined it's their opinion they agree because they were fired in the same time.
Right. And in this case, you didn't look at individual characteristics, right? You just limited your analysis to class characteristics. Is that right?
That's correct. For type and caliber analysis, that's the procedure.
Right. And you looked at those class characteristics to try to narrow down the possible firearms that could have possibly fired these two shell cases. Is that right?
We're looking for evidence of known guns that produce similar marks, and we attempt to produce that list because it can be.
You don't have the real gun.
Advantageous how?
It can eliminate whole groups of guns, especially calibers. There's, as I testified, there's a great number of calibers out there. We can immediately sort of push those off the table as potential sources. At the same time, we can generate a list that may be of interest should a gun of that make come across an investigator's desk.
Should.
It should sort of let them know that it's possibly useful to pursue
Possibly.
examination and leverage.
And what you just said was that you do this example.
This is fucked up, guys. I try to limit the swearing here, but when I do see some really bad stuff, it comes out. It should match. If it matched. Could match. Could this, could that. Where's the definitives? Give me hardcore this matches. Give me evidence. We don't see that. This happens every day across America. It's sad. That's why I enjoy covering these type of cases. They're trying to put a celebrity who, honestly has the money to fight back. Look at this guy's face. It might match. It should match. It lands into these four characteristics. It could match. This is so sad. He got dressed for this. Look at the tie. Look at the suit. He got dressed for this. Let me get on the stand and tell you guys how it's possibly a match. State of California, the prosecution team. Come on, this is your last witness.
Nation to eliminate, your words, potential sources for the cartridges, right?
The class characteristics will eliminate a great deal of sources out there. Even our most common set of class characteristics are still eliminating huge numbers of guns.
Sure. And the purpose of eliminating those potential sources responsible for possibly firing a shell casing or a cartridge is to leave open other potential sources from which those shell casings derived. Is that fair to say?
Could you repeat that? I think I lost it.
Sure. You're eliminating potential sources for the shell casings, right?
Sources that are apples and oranges, don't have the same class characteristics, they will be eliminated.
So
That's
that's
correct.
my question is correct, yes?
That's correct.
Okay. And the reason you're eliminating those potential sources is to leave open the possibility of other potential sources from which the shell casings came.
Yeah, logically, that's correct.
Right, okay. Now, what you did was that you looked at the shell casings and you determined that they exhibited these general class characteristics, the ones you talked about. Is that right?
Yes, there are cartridge cases. I don't think we're gonna mistake what you mean, but yes.
Okay. You understand that when I'm referring to shell casings, what they've been referred to throughout this trial, I'm referring to cartridge cases. You understand that?
Yes.
Okay. It is okay if I continue to refer to the shell cases?
Please, I don't think it creates a misunderstanding.
Thank you. And you determined that the class characteristics that you saw were consistent with having been the shell casings discharged from a number of different aftermarket firearm slides. Is that right?
They are known to have come from a particular style of aftermarket slide made for a particular size frame.
Well, in your report, you noted that the shell casings, this is page 1, exhibit, these are your words, characteristics typical of aftermarket slides for a series of subcompact pistol frames. Is that right?
That's right.
Right. And then you identified a number of potential frames that were consistent with the characteristics that you saw. Is that right?
The frames don't create the characteristics. So the frames are compatible with the slides, which I know to be consistent with the characteristics.
Appreciate you saying that. Thank you for clearing that out. And to be clear then, you're not comparing the characteristics with firearms themselves. It's the aftermarket firearm slides that you're using for comparison purposes. Is that right?
Yeah, I'm sorry, one more time.
Sure. You're looking at these class characteristics and determining that they are consistent not with actual firearms themselves, but with the particular part of the firearm, the aftermarket firearm slide. Is that right?
The slide of the gun is where these marks originate.
Right.
So that's what we can associate or evaluate.
Right. I think you just clarified, not the frame itself, but the slide that goes on top of the frame.
Yeah, that's exactly.
All right. And in particular, with regard to the class characteristics, you observed that the shell casings in this case have a teardrop-shaped firing pin aperture. Is that right?
That is correct.
Okay. And the firing pin aperture, you spoke to this, right? It's really sort of just it's a hole in the breech face of the slide where that firing pin passes through. Is that right?
Yes.
Okay. And you also observed that the shell casings have a firing pin impression, which is also shaped like a teardrop. Is that right?
Correct.
And you said that the firing pin impression also has a metal injection mold seam. Is that right?
It appears to have a linear mark that we associate with that particular manufacturing process. Yes.
Okay. And just dealing with that first, then, the metal injection mold, and that's simply just a line left in the firing pin from the manufacturing process. Is that right?
Correct.
Okay. And the firing pin impression, you spoke to this, that's just a mark that's left on the primer of the fired cartridge when the firing pin strikes it in the back, right?
Yes.
Okay. Now, after making your observations of the shell casings, you searched, you alluded to this, various databases for categories of I guess, firearm slides that exhibit those general characteristics. Is that right?
That's correct.
Okay. And in particular, you searched, what is it, the AFD website, that's characteristic matrix, that is called?
The class characteristic matrix, yes, is a search tool on the AFTE website.
Okay, and the AFTA, that's just the Association of Firearm and Tool Mark Examiners.
That's correct.
Okay. Now, you looked at that database, or rather, you looked at, in addition to the AFTA database, you looked at the database within your own firearms analysis unit, and that's the NIDA, is that right?
Yes.
Okay. And in addition to those databases, you also searched the firearms analysis units, your own units, those on collection of 229 discharge cartridges. Is that right?
Yes, cartridge cases, correct.
Now, I think we spoke of this, but after conducting your search in the databases and making your observations, you rendered an opinion that the class characteristics that you observed on the two shell casings were seen in certain aftermarket slides for firearms frames, firearm frames, which included the Polymer 80 model PF9SS. Is that one of them?
That is.
The Glock model SS80, is that right?
Yes.
The Glock model 43, right?
Correct.
And the Glock model 43S, is that right?
That's correct.
Okay.
Man, that coughing guy.
Is it fair to say that this process that you talked about, looking at firing in apertures, firing in impressions, and determining whether they look like, in this case, teardrops or D shapes or semicircles, it involves some level of subjectivity?
Yes.
Right. And in fact, that's why sometimes multiple people have to make determinations regarding how a firing pin impression or firing in aperture should be characterized, right?
No.
No. Okay. So in determining whether or not, you just said this, determining whether the firing pin impression or the aperture looks like one type of shape or another, if it fits into a hemisphere, I think that's one type of D shape, one type of firing pin aperture, right? Hemisphere, is that one?
Hemispherical is the more accurate term for something I just called round.
Round. Okay. Is there a semi-hemisphere?
I don't know that term. No, there's one that is sort of a modified hemispherical shape that has sort of a beveled edge on one side, but it's not really called semi-hemispherical. It's been referred to as a D-shaped firing pin.
Okay. But in making the
Not the D shape.
I think you said this already, there is some level of subjectivity.
To looking at shapes.
No, to determining what the shape is, right? In other words, these firing pins aren't standardized, right? You have how many different manufacturers making these firing pins? They're not going to be one particular shape, right?
They all make firing pins, yes.
Right.
And they
Different shapes.
use a range of different shapes.
Right, essentially.
These come in different shapes and sizes.
At least three.
Okay. And in making the assessment whether or not a firing pin is one shape or another, you said this already, there is some level of subjectivity to this, right?
Yes, to looking at shape.
And in that regard, that level of subjectivity doesn't just apply to you, but to the people who enter information in the databases that you rely upon, right? When they're entering information into the computer system, the same level of subjectivity that would apply to you would apply to them, right?
Sure.
Okay. Now, you identified these four pistol frames that would be consistent with the class characteristics that you observed, but you'd agree that those are not the only ones having aftermarket slides exhibiting the characteristics that you observed, right?
Not exactly. So the marks are known to come from particular size of aftermarket slide.
Mm-hmm.
That slide is compatible with these four frames that I know. That was what is meant by the report and this.
Your report expressly states that the two shell casings exhibit characteristics typical of aftermarket slides for a series of subcompact pistol frames, including the phrase we saw on the screen there, but not limited to the four that you identified, right?
Correct.
Okay. Now, your analysis relies on the databases that you use for comparison purposes, correct?
For reference purposes, it's not a side-by-side comparison of marks. Yes.
I understand, but now obviously certain firearm slides, or we just act on this, I want to make sure the record's clear. In order for you to make your or render an opinion, you're relying upon databases, right?
Published information, yes. One database is what I would call it, that class characteristic matrix.
That's what it's comprised of.
Searchable
Say yes.
database.
Right. That's the AFD, correct?
That is housed on the AFD website. Yeah, that's one of their tools.
Right. And you use that tool to enter in search parameters, I guess, the firing pin aperture of a teardrop shape that you saw, and it generated a list of potential firearms or firearm slides that match that characteristic. Is that right?
That use the same shape.
Right.
Yes.
Okay. And you'd agree that the databases that you looked at are still being developed, right?
The class characteristic matrix is definitely a newer one. I would call it a developing database. Yes.
And to be clear, the list of firearms generated from your search are not all inclusive of the firearms consistent with the class characteristics that you observed. Is that right?
It can't be considered all-inclusive because it's based on finite reference information.
Right.
It includes all the ones that we're aware of. It is possible that always possible there's facts we are unaware of.
Right. And obviously, certain firearm slides or class characteristics are not contained in your databases. They wouldn't be available for reference purposes, right?
Yes.
Right. In fact, you testified on direct that there are other possible items you didn't locate which are compatible with the shell cases, right?
There are other possible items.
Yours. Did you say that on direct?
Judge Pickles is
I don't
doing.
recall exactly, but you're talking about candidate sources that use this style of class characteristics. Is that what the testimony was about?
It's your testimony. Can you tell me or you don't recall?
I don't.
Okay. So, would you agree that there are other possible firearm slides or
Right, so this guy works for Takapina. How do we think he's doing? 1 out of 5. Let's rate him so far. Is this cross it? Is this cross? Is he crossing? Is the cross crossing? I do want to go back to this is the joke of the day. Whoever came up with this, who said the judge looks like Lou Pickles, I'm still not over it. I'm still not over it. I mean, the judge does a little bit. He don't have a nose like that. But man, let's go back and
firearms. Objection to the word possibly are in the court's private ruling. Oh, okay. Would you agree that there are other possible or potential, your words,
Potential is a better word.
fine, potential firearm slides or firearms that you did not locate which are compatible with the shell cases?
That's what I attempted to look for. I looked for them because they could be out there.
Right. And if they're not in your database, you would locate them, right?
They're not in the physical exhibits that we have in the house. Mm-hmm. What was great is that I collected those and then 2 years later double checked against all the guns that have come into LAPD custody over that period. And either of those groups that are bookending the actual incident date came back with no other candidates that actually had that firing.
So when you say you examined them, are you talking about the database? You're talking about your collection of ghost guns? Is that what you're talking about?
The exhibits that I collected from the test firing of ghost guns, the physical exhibits that, yes, are actually in the laboratory.
Right.
That's one set of data.
Right, that's the 229 ghost guns that you have, right?
Yes.
Mm-hmm. Okay.
How many different makes of aftermarket slides exist?
There are dozens of manufacturers.
Mhm.
They are pretty hard to track.
Right, dozens of manufacturers. Could it be hundreds?
It's possible.
Right. And each of these manufacturers can make how many different aftermarket slides? Do you know? How many different types?
How many actual units they can produce?
No, types.
Types per manufacturer.
You don't know, do you?
No, they tend not to actually mark these components.
Right.
So it is very difficult to track.
Right. And because you don't know how many different makes of aftermarket slides exist, you would know how many different makes of aftermarket slides specifically have a teardrop firing an aperture and a teardrop shaped firing. You couldn't know that, right?
Again, we treat it as an aggregate brand, okay, because we don't know who's actually making them. I try to cast a wide net and look at all the products I can get my hands on that they've made. I only was able to find one select species that was congruent with the others.
Right, based on what you can get your hands on, right?
Based on the intake into the Los Angeles Police Department, as well as that database, which is constantly growing. Correct, the NIDA database.
Right.
It's constantly being fed.
Sure. And there's a reason that's still developing, right? Because you're looking for more information.
The developing one is the class characteristics matrix that is on the FD website.
Right.
I call that developing because typically we use a database of bullet rifling, and that's got like 15,000 exhibits in that database. It's been around for decades. That's a pretty robust database. This class characteristics database on that website that applies to cartridge cases is developing. So I used it to broaden candidates I might want to look at, but not as a resource that I would consider all inclusive at this stage.
Acapina coming up, giving a little coaching. Quick social test. Shout out to Petty Pendergrass. Thank you so much for the super chat. He says that the judge actually looks like this. He looks like Doc from Back from the Future. I don't know. Lou Pickles, this is a dead ringer. I'm sorry. I grew up with this Lou Pickles. Whoever came up with that today, that is the absolute joke of the day. So you got Lou Pickles or Doc from Back from the Future. Let's get back to the final moments of this case today. Let's jump back on in.
Now, with regard to these aftermarket slides that have a teardrop firing pin aperture and a teardrop shaped firing pin, how many of them, let me rephrase it, how many firearms are there that are in existence right now, types of firearms, that are compatible with aftermarket slides with a teardrop firing pin aperture and a teardrop shaped firing pin? Can you give a definitive answer?
I can give an approximate based on my experience here in our flow of firearms into the LAPD. Is that sufficient?
You would give an approximate answer without knowing all the different types of aftermarket slides that exist? You can give an approximate answer?
I can give an approximate based on how many in this group that we see relative to the total amount of guns that come into the unit.
Right. But those would be only the guns that are logged into your database. If they're not in there, you can't use them for reference purposes, right?
Those are guns that come through NIVEN on a daily basis. So it is part of our daily business. It's just to have these guns that are handguns will be input into the system every day.
Would you agree that Glock's a very popular firearm manufacturer?
I would.
Would it make sense if you find many Glocks in your database? Because of that,
Yes,
including Glocks with aftermarket slides?
they do come through the unit. Aftermarket slides, sometimes on block frames, overwhelmingly more common on the unserialized frames you don't go to.
By the way, do you have any Glock firearms in existence in the United States now?
Objection relevance. Well,
Glock 43s. Glock 43s. Thank you.
In the United States.
Sorry?
No.
Glock 43Xs? Yeah.
No. In terms of our intake,
No, in the United States, present. Because your intake doesn't intake every single firearm in the United States. How many exist in the United States? If you know,
I don't in the United States.
Okay. How about the Polymer 80 model PF9 SS Ghost Gun frames? And how many exist in the United States?
No.
How about Glock for a model SS80 Ghost Gun frames? And how many of those exist in the United States?
No.
Now, in addition to the ones we just named, the PF9 SS, the SS80, the Glock 43, and the Glock 43X, your database search revealed other firearms with a teardrop firing and aperture. Isn't that right?
Yes, as well as the published literature. Yes.
Right, such as a Smith & Wesson, right?
Yes.
A Mossberg MC1SC, right?
I'd have to verify that model. It sounds correct, yes.
Okay. How about other Glock Generation 5 pistols? Did you find that when you did search?
For the teardrop shaped firing pin aperture,
Sure.
not the firing pin
It's a
itself.
firing pin aperture.
Yes.
In fact, when you did your search, that was the term that you entered in the query. You were looking specifically for just firing pin apertures with a teardrop, right?
That's for that one particular, the AFD class characteristics matrix. That is the only feature that I entered. So that's only going to restrict based on the aperture.
Should the answer to my question was yes. That's what you looked for, right?
That's where I wanted to be clear.
Okay, thank you. And you agree that that teardrop firing pin aperture is also found on the Taurus firearm, right?
Yes.
Hey, Kofi. So he's on cross-examination right now. He's asking him questions. This is a man from Takapina's team on cross-examination. Basically, they are just continuing to go over the fact that they don't have the real gun to compare the shell casings that Relly bought to the station, right? But at the same time, what he did testify to, he can only testify to what he knows. And he looked at what Relly bought to the police station and narrowed it down to specific types of guns it could have come from. It's not specific. So that's what we're watching. They only have a few minutes of court time left. So we're watching this, but keep in mind, this is the last of the state's testimony. Maybe there's a little bit of redirect, but I think tomorrow is defense day. It's Defense Friday.
Specifically the Taurus GX4, right?
Yeah, and that model sounds correct. I can check my notes.
If you want, so it's clear, it's on page 8 of your report, if you want to see it.
Yes, I'll return to page 8 of my case package.
It's the fifth result on the page.
Yes, the Taurus model with the teardrop aperture that I'm aware of is a model GX4.
Well, as you said, you observed on the two shell casings this teardrop-shaped firing pin impression. Is that right?
That's correct.
And you'd agree that the Glock 43 exhibits class characteristics which include a D-shaped firing pin impression, right?
Yes.
Likewise, the Glock 43X exhibits class characteristics which include a D-shaped firing pin impression, right?
The Glock manufactured slides. That's correct. They have a different shape firing pin impression than the one that I observed.
Right. The teardrop shape is distinct from the D shape.
Yes, very much so.
So to be clear, the Glock 43 and the Glock 43X do not depict teardrop firing pin impressions that are even remotely similar to the shell casings that you examined. Is that right?
That's correct. It is the aftermarket slide, which is compatible with those two frames that you just listed.
Right. Not the Glock
That
43.
aftermarket slide does produce those models.
Right. But you didn't connect it to a Glock 43 or Glock 43X that you said are typically sold here in the United States, right?
That's correct. The standard manufactured Glocks don't match.
Okay. So in other words, the shell casings you recovered are inconsistent with the class characteristics of Glock 43 and Glock 43X firearms, right?
These slides manufactured by Glock and sold. That is the part that does not match. These slides that are aftermarket, which are consistent, are compatible with the Glock 43 and the Glock 43.
And the slides that are sold by Glock for the 43 and 43X are not compatible, right? The Glocks themselves, I'm not talking about aftermarket slides. I'm talking about Glock. You go to the store, you want to buy a Glock that's sold from Glock. Glock 43, Glock 43X. It's not your, those shell casings did not come from the Glock 43 or 43.
Start up.
They did not come from a slide that is manufactured by Glock,
That's what I'm asking.
such as I'm aware of.
Thank you.
When I say compatible, we're talking about the compatibility of a slide and the frame. So the frame is manufactured by Glock, the slide manufactured by Glock, they're compatible, they can work together. The slide manufactured by Glock does not, however, produce these models.
And for that matter, most of the Polymer 80 model PF9SS and Glock model SS80 samples that you looked at in your post-gun collection exhibited a D-shaped firing pin. Is that right?
Yes, it's a smaller group of those ghost guns that actually have this particular slide in my collection.
And in fact, in your collection of those 229 ghost guns, only 2 Glock model SS80 samples exhibited both the teardrop firing pin aperture and the teardrop firing pin impression. Only 2 of them, right?
Yes, it's rare.
Yeah. So most of the PF9SS and SS80 ghost gun samples that you looked at were not consistent with the class characteristics you observed in the shell cases, right?
Yes, that's correct.
By the way, despite your analysis, just so it's clear, throw that. Mr. Verner, the same marks that you observed and testified on the 2 FC 9mm shell cases could have been made at the firing range, right?
Yes, I don't know where they were discharged.
Thank you very much. I have nothing further.
Hold on. Shout out to Nacho Pina. Listen to that last part one more time. That's actually big for this case, and that's how it ended with their last witness. Shout out to Nacho Pina. Let's go. Listen to this part.
Yes, I don't know where they were discharged.
Thank you very much. I have nothing further.
He has no idea where Relly got these. He doesn't know where they were discharged. Nacho Pina, that not bad. Oh my gosh, guys, not bad for Nacho Pina. Wow. Working under Taco Pina. It's not bad. Not bad at all. Let's keep going. I think they're going to take a break.
Do you have a break? I'm very brief. All right, before you do that, let me see you all. I have a question that I want to ask all of you. Initially,
Okay, so it's a sidebar, but it looks like we are going to continue a lot tomorrow. I'm skipping ahead, so we are now live. It's 4:08 Western, or it should be 4:09. Oh, they're back. All right, redirect. Let's go.
Sir, have you seen the combination of class characteristics that you saw in this case from any gun that did not have an aftermarket slide?
No.
And I know you said it, but if you can answer, what size frame is it that slide would be compatible with?
See these marks from an aftermarket slide, which is compatible with a Glock 43, Glock 43X, as well as two ghost gun frames, the SS80 and the PF9SS. These are the frames that I'm aware of.
Are those size frames, the size that's compatible with the 43 and 43X, are those common frames that you see in your lab?
They are relatively uncommon.
Can you explain that to the jury?
So based on my just background experience, as well as some of the facts and figures that I sort of curate as a trainer in type and caliber with LAPD, I'd be comfortable stating that we see these guns in the flow of guns that come into the unit at a range, we're talking around 1%. Definitely, I'd be very comfortable saying they're in the low single-digit percent range for how often we see them in the flow of guns into our unit.
And the class characteristics that you're talking about, are you observing shapes on the back of the fire cartridge cases, correct?
That is what a class characteristic is, yes.
In counsel's questioning, he asked you if there was subjectivity in that determination of what the shape is on the back of the cartridge case.
He did.
What is the subjectivity in that determination?
Anytime we look through a microscope, we look through a telescope, we are perceiving information. This is a standard way of performing science. We will attempt to try and make sure that we are repeatable, reproducible in these observations. We document them very well, take photographs. And at the end of the day, they're in better condition when I'm done than when I started. They can be re-examined again. So there's subjectivity in determining what's a square, what's a circle, for me as well as for my kids. But here in the laboratory, we have procedures that we can use to assure that there's quality results in that subjective determination.
Was that a hard determination for you to make, to determine that the aperture impression on those fire cartridge cases was a teardrop shape?
No.
Was it a difficult determination for you to make to say that the shape of the firing pin impression on those fire cartridge cases was also a teardrop shape?
No, no.
You have what, 19 years of experience in the firearm analysis unit?
Correct.
Is making that determination something that even a newer analyst could do with relative ease?
Yes, you're right. We have a ground also for your speculation. As phrased.
It's a basic determination in our first week of cartridge case comparison training. You should be able to do this.
Okay. With the database searches that you conducted, you said that the class characteristics database on the AFI website was a developing database, correct?
That's correct.
Is NIBIN, is that a national database?
It is.
Used throughout the country?
It's used throughout the country, I believe possibly internationally, and it's been used over the course of my entire career.
A large database?
Yes.
Okay. Sure. Last thing I wanted to cover was council asked some questions about other guns that were listed in your report or manufacturers that used a teardrop aperture. He specifically mentioned the Mossberg and the Taurus GX4. Are you following what I'm asking about?
Yes.
Those were firearms that you observed had the teardrop aperture, correct?
That's correct.
But did those firearms also have the teardrop firing pin impression?
No, the firing pin on those firearms is drastically different.
So can you say that those guns could not have been the guns that fired these cartridge cases because the class characteristics do not match?
Okay, we don't perform a one-to-one elimination over just digital images. The class characteristics I see there, if I had those in the laboratory, they would constitute a elimination. They're not from the same source.
Because the shapes are totally different.
That's correct.
Nothing else.
Anything, Steve? Your Honor. All right, Mr. Bruno, thank you very much.
Okay.
Excused.
Thank you, Your Honor.
What do we got left?
Your Honor, there's no further witnesses from the people subject to the admission of our exhibits, the people addressed.
All right, we'll deal with that.
Oh, prosecution rested its case. They're done. They're done. That's all they have. That's all they have. That's it. Let's see what Judge Pickles has to say here.
Tomorrow morning, so the defense should be prepared to present evidence tomorrow at 10 o'clock. Before you leave, I want to mention something to you. You heard Mr. Barima say that he did not do any analysis of the shell casings that were found, or Mr. Efron said he found. He didn't. Mr. Barima did not do an analysis of those casings to the magazine that was recovered at Mr. Mayer's house about 6 to 7 months later. For legal reasons that do not matter to you, about 2 weeks ago, I advised both sides that an analysis of the casings and the magazines need not be done. Okay? All right, please don't discuss the case amongst yourself or anybody else that wants to. Remember, 10 o'clock tomorrow, we're going to resume. Again, please keep an open mind. Do not look at anything online or in print media regarding this case.
Oh my God.
No, I gave the what I wanted the jury to know. All right, folks, see you tomorrow at 10 o'clock.
I'm done. Judge Pickles just laid the hammer down. He really did, guys. He said, I know y'all have heard that this guy did not do an analysis on those shells. I ordered them not to do it too. I ordered them not to do it too. I'm ready to go home. I'm ready to go home. What do you mean? Why are we going to analyze these shells that Relly bought to the police station? Why are we going to do that? This case is crazy. But tomorrow's going to be really fun, y'all. Tomorrow, Takapina, and shout out to Luna, who's here. Takapina and Nachopina are going to present the defense's side of all of this. Luna, relax. And do you want to run the show? Do you just want to come up? Hold on. It's the Luna show now. It's the Luna show. Come on. What are we doing? You just want to be here? She just wants to be here. She's like, Mom, what the hell? You haven't spent hours with me. Anyway, so we have that whole thing going on. But they're done with their argument. So now Takapina gets to lead with their witnesses. We're likely going to see a motion for summary judgment first thing tomorrow morning, 1 p.m. Eastern. They're going to probably lead with a motion for summary judgment. Let's say that this judge grants it. He might grant it. We don't know. We know that he often yells, stop, stop. He's tired. Maybe he grants it. Do you guys think that the judge is going to grant it? If you think he's going to grant it, put grant in the chat. Or if you think he's not going to grant it, put not granted. Court of public opinion. What do you think? Tomorrow, we're going to see what the result is going to be. I think they're going to continue on with the case personally, just because they've already invested so much money and time into it. I think the state looks crazy. Like, I don't think that the state looks crazy. But we do want to see how this saga is going to unfold. So likely we can get maybe 2 or 3 days of testimony from the defense, and we might have a judgment on this likely next week. A lot of you guys are saying not granted. Chi-Town says no. JJ says no. Antoine says grant. Okay. And Cheeto Bay, saw that message. I hope everything's okay. Sorry to hear that. We're here to support you. Trina says that's crazy. Why would the judge not have the bullets analyzed? Trina, sis. Even Luna came in. She kicked in the door. Luna was like, hold on. The judge didn't even want this analyzed. How does that make sense? Crazy work. All right, well, this girl popped in because she probably wants to go for a walk. So I'm going to go do that with her. But you guys are fun. Today was funny as this Lou Pickles thing. I'm telling, this took me out. Whoever came up with this joke today, insane. Insane. All right, y'all. We're going to get out of here. We're going to be back tomorrow at 1:30 Eastern so that we can continue covering this case. It's defense time. It's taco time. I can't wait. I can't wait. Stay safe out there. We'll see you in the next one. Like this video. And if you have time, check out some of the other things that we have on the channel. Check it out. We'll see you in the next one. Stay safe out there. Bye.